scoring component.
Yeah, because I mean, when they go to events like Carifta, they go to events like the World Champs, World Juniors, under 20. You go to the World Championships at the senior level, Olympics, and so on. It's the medal accumulation that counts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Talking about medals, how are we looking in regards to the results?
Well, as this race goes on, let's take a look at the confirmation of the medal tally before these events, and that tally, of course, will be up on until the 100-meter finals that took place last night on day one. And coming into day two, this Friday morning, A. Louis Garland Thomas, they had 17 medals with a total of as a total is 7 goals. H.J. Robinson right behind them, 5 medals behind them, 12. They have 4 gold. And Clement Howell High School, 3 gold medals, 2 silver, 2 bronze, to have a total of 7. Marjorie Basden, your school,
Yes.
Leo, they have 5 medals. They sit 4th right now. They were 4th last year.
Yeah, we coming for a trophy definitely this year. Watch out for Marjorie Basden.
Raymond Gardner High School, they have 3 medals. They are right behind Marjorie Basden. Miranda Academy, 1 medal, and it is a gold that came in a shot put. And the British Western News Collegiate, they have 4 medals, no golds, 3 silver, their most, and 1 bronze. Wesley Methodist, they have 2 bronze, an accumulation of 3 to go with 1 silver. Precious Treasures International, no golds, but 2 medals, 1 silver, 1 bronze. So that leaves a couple schools without medals. Elite, not on this list of medals. Provo Middle School yet to get a medal as well. So just 9 schools of the 12 competing have medals so far.
It'll be quite interesting to see if HJ can climb back into this. They're not that far. We saw a burst at the end of day 1 with them in regards to the medal climbing. So let's see how they do in day 2. Let's see if they can close this gap.
Well, we're into the second lap, 3.5 in this event, and it's the athlete from H.J. Robinson, Estrella Esfreni, who is trailing this athlete here, Ayana Hudson, as she goes into her final lap. Ayana Hudson right now is leading. These two trailing behind her seem to be just okay with trying to catch up. The battle is ready for second place.
Right.
There's a bit of a 5-meter distance between them, and it will grow. That's Estrella Esfrani in front there from H.J. Robinson. She's ahead of Yuliandri Duran. Esfrani, who is known for her softball exploits, keeping with the trend of the multi-sport athletes that are competing here.
Yeah, she's making that stride for the goal.
And she's looking, can't see anyone. You know, I must give these athletes credit because to run in these conditions of 1500 meters to start the day when we are approaching the midday sun it is not easy at all.
Not at all.
Ayana Hudson completing the win for Clement Howell High School, and Estrella Esfrani has already completed. Oh, actually, she has gotten gold. Esfrani has gotten gold, and Duran behind her and looking to complete her race now. Duran coming to complete the race now. Ayana Hudson behind Esfrani. So the softball player Esfrani has a gold medal now to accompany her accolades, or to add to her accolades, and Duran is going to cross the line now to get that bronze medal to add to the tally for Clement Howell High. Yeah, so I want to go back to the point, Leo, of having these athletes run this mid-distance race in this in these conditions, hot sun, approaching midday, must be very difficult.
Definitely.
And in the 1500 meters, unlike the 3000 and 5000, you don't get water on the track and on the sides of the track. So they have to run those 3.5 laps at almost full pace and tired.
That must be tough, man.
It
and
is.
I wonder, what's the strategy going in? Do you hydrate properly? But you don't want to drink too much water.
You don't want to drink too much, but you want to ensure that you are hydrated.
Exactly.
Electrolytes, a lot of electrolytes, so that you don't have to drink that much water to fool yourself.
Definitely.
Your electrolytes will be able to work for you. So Gatorades, Powerades, whatever else your coach would recommend for electrolytes, or whatever your coach gives you, cautiously,
Yes, indeed.
you would intake those. All right, so we move on now to the boys senior event. Harrison Julmus of International, he is competing in from lane number 1. That's from after number 163. The Shem Cox, number 182 of Marjorie Baisden. Waterley Petit number 144, H.J. Robinson. Bradley Desmangles of Marantha Academy, number 170, Michael Stubbs 269 of Raymond Gardner. Michaelins Varus 179, Marantha Academy, and Joshua Busitil, number 443. He's from British West Indies Collegiate, and Love Joseph, the favorite, of course, of Clement Howell Hines, the boys senior 1500 meters. There's Love in the middle of the track, number 89 on his chest. The Al Services 1500 meter finals.
And Love is going to be a clear favorite in this race.
Absolutely. I think he's targeting this event for Carifta, but we'll see based on how he runs here today if they will go ahead and choose him for that. I think he's a really good contender, of course, for the 1500 meter, for the 5000 meters that we saw him win on day 1, and a false start there.
And I'll say this, look out for a personal best or even a record today, because he is looking strong.
Yeah.
Much stronger athlete compared to last year. So watch out for that.
Well, we're still trying to rectify the 5,000 time that he would have gotten on day 1. Not sure if it is the record, but we will rectify that as soon as we can, as soon as we get the officials to work alongside us. And the Love is right now in the 3rd spot, but I'm sure that based on his race, he will be taking it quite easy.
And when you have an elite athlete like Love, I think your strategy would be to get out in front very quickly.
Yeah. Right now his teammate is in front. That's Jorin Sinclair.
Oh, he's really taking it out.
Well, I think he went out a little bit too hard, and see if he can maintain that pace. It will be difficult, but it can be done. Love is right now just competing in his race. A little bit of showboating early.
I think he was signaling for the water, but as you mentioned earlier, that's not available.
That's not available. Not for the 15. Not for the 15. So maybe that's why he went out a little hard, because he would have thought that he would be able to rehydrate while he's competing.
Correct. That was his strategy.
Yeah.
It kind of backfired, but let's see if he holds on.
So now he's fading a bit, being trailed by Injadi Brady of British West Indies Collegiate, and Love Joseph just sitting back comfortably in 3rd. He is in 3rd, but not far behind, and I'm sure when he makes his move, Leo, we'll see a different person. Just look at Love there in the 3rd position, just easy, as his teammate takes control of the pace and Fleur.
His teammate clearly has a strategy. He's trying to make sure he blows this wide open. And Love is picking up his pace a bit too.
There he goes, passing Brady to move into 2nd now. Brady is fading away. But the race is still being controlled, and the pace as well by St. Fleur.
If he does hold on to win this race, what a performance.
Absolutely.
To go out that hard and maintain that.
But he indeed would have a hard time trying to stave off that effort from Love Joseph.
And I think Love is going to make that move on that last lap.
Yeah, very surely.
Yeah.
So they're coming around the 200 meter mark for the second time in this race. The athlete from H.J. Robinson, Jouvin Sinson.
Here comes Love.
Love Joseph now about to make his move. He's gaining on Brady. Gaining on St. Fleur. About to pass St. Fleur now at the line. Does so.
Last lap.
Final lap in this event now. Love Joseph. Quite comfortable.
There we go.
And now H.J. Robinson trying to make their move down the back stretch. I know that St. Fleur is going to try to keep up, but he has a tough task ahead of him because these two athletes stuck to their guns. Petit Homme right behind Love Joseph. Love Joseph still in control. Remember, he's trying to get
Petit is right there
in this event for the Curved Games.
Oh,
and he's making a move. Send on. Love Joseph. Send on Love Joseph. Now it's a sprint for the finish. The final 20 meters. Who is it going to be? Love Joseph is pulling away. Love Joseph with a phenomenal race at the end to take gold. What a finish that was. Excited.
What a race.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What a finish that was.
I saw Petit point. It's like I got something to show you guys right now. I love that. What a race.
That was an excellent finish. And coming in for third, the man who was in front, the pacemaker, Jurins St. Fleur. But what a finish that was.
Amazing.
Yeah, we did see the point, and then all of a sudden a burst of speed.
If you're going to challenge an elite athlete, that's how you challenge
Absolutely.
an elite athlete.
Absolutely. That was a brilliant run there by the two athletes in Love Joseph and Petit Homme, Waterloo Petit Homme. So two deserving medals for Clement Howell and H.J. Robinson. And some athletes are still completing this race, but of course the focus will be on the three medalists. And St. Fleur seems to have probably run a bit out of his game plan, out of his strategy. He did go hard, but in the end, when he realized that he was not
getting that hydration,
he slowed down drastically. And he was able to maintain that pace up until he just couldn't. And when Love Joseph made his move, that's when he started to fade a little bit more. He tried his best to hold on as much as he could to stave off the effort from Petit Homme, but after being passed, he just couldn't hold it anymore.
And you can see that Petit Homme and his camp had some conversations going on because he pointed on that 200 curve. Like, I told you I was going to do this.
Now he made it an all-out sprint in the final 110 meters. So, yeah, phenomenal end to that race, and it got exciting. I mean, the 1500 meters. The long distances are very exciting, especially at the end.
Of course.
Just to get to that point. So the 1500 meters, sponsored by Al Services. Yeah.
And let's talk about Joseph's strength. Like, I am so impressed with how strong he's become this year.
Yeah. I mean, when we saw him in Grenada last year, he was a lot slimmer, but now he's
look at those legs.
Up. Yeah, and there he was pumping. He pulled away and did not look back. Little bit of a lean forward, not a problem though. He was able to secure that gold medal. A good finish for Love Joseph. Here it is again. Petit Homme just could not catch him anymore, and he just decided to say, okay, I'll settle for silver. You go ahead, big man.
But what a fight.
Yeah, he fought hard at the top of the straightaway, but class is class.
Oh yeah.
Class is
Oh,
class. So I'm hoping we will see the times quickly enough for Love Joseph, who is aspiring to represent Turks and Caicos in this event at the Curfew Games. 29 days away we are from that event in Trinidad and Tobago. And yeah, we will see. I know that he is obviously going to be on the radar for the 5,000 meters.
Yes.
Definitely. And yeah, the under 20 boy will be representing Turks and Caicos. No doubt about it. Hope he stays healthy. We will speak to him in a few and get his thoughts, Leo.
Yes, of course. I'm excited to talk to him about his training this year, because it's clear that he's on another level.
Yeah, and he's really a class act. I mean, he came, he greeted us this morning, and he was just like, yeah, I'm going to be ready for today. After the 1500, I'm done.
And he's so calm and confident.
Absolutely.
You know, when you put in that work, I mean, yeah.
I can tell that Love Joseph is really admired here. He is taken into held in high regard for what he's able to do. And yeah, just to quickly let the viewers know, this morning session you will see, of course, the 1500 meters, which just completed, and then the 200 meter prelims. We ended with the 100 meter sprints, the finals last night, and now to come back here this morning to do the 200, the sprinters have a big task on their hands.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if the heat is going to be something to
well, I
watch.
mean, they will come back this evening and compete. Some of these athletes are actually in the 400 as well, which will be run this afternoon. So it's a compact schedule for them, a very hectic schedule for them, and the recovery time. The coaches now will be tested.
Definitely. What would be your strategy?
Well, you can't really do much for the athletes between the 2-3 hours that they have between the events. The 200 all-out sprint, I guess, based on the strength of your athletes, you're going to instruct them. For instance, if you have Tania Gardner, you're not going to make her run her best time in the prelims to win, because she just needs to qualify top spot. She will automatically go through, and just wanted to secure her spot, come back, get some rest, stay off her feet for the rest of the day, and then she comes back for the 400. In fact, Gardner, we saw her in the 3000. She did not complete that race, she did not finish, but came back like an hour later and won her heat in the 400 meter
determination.
the 400 meter preliminaries. So yeah, these athletes have a lot to do today, but it is for a good cause. Yes, for the school, and they will of course be trying to get their pick in the Curfew team, for the Curfew team. And yeah, they're all about winning those medals and securing spots and getting some wins for their school.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to us sending our best athletes overseas. You know,
listen, from what I've seen, some of the best athletes definitely are here. I mean, the majority of them are gone overseas. If we look at some of the athletes who are competing over there, you have a few who will compete in the Velocity Fest this weekend. Some of the athletes who are competing at Champs next week in Jamaica. So people like Ali Eliso of Jamaica College, Renisha Johnson of Excelsior. Renisha actually ran a personal best in the 200 meters, in the 400 meters, finished fourth at the corporate event, corporate area champs in Jamaica. Eliso completed 48.76, which was really a strong finish for him, and he ran 57.19 in the well, that's Renisha running a personal best, 57.19, to finish fourth in the corporate area champs 400 meter, both 400 meter runners, and that pretty much sums up or adds to what we were talking about yesterday, of having the athletes focusing on their niche. We did have Delano here who did mention the fact that coaching would be a little bit difficult, but it can be done once there is focus, investment, and we have with the performance science performance, the high performance development program that is going on both physically and mentally, and so ably put on by Angelo Garland of the TCI Sports Commission, there is no doubt that the best athletes, as long as they're exposed to this
Yes.
and they're competing and winning at these championships, no reason why they should not go to the Curfew Games and represent TCI.
And I must talk about the discrepancy because Delano mentioned it. You know, there's a notice sent out to all the schools to participate in this program, and it seems as though not all principals have opted in.
Right.
And you're seeing this discrepancy today with Eloise Garland clearly dominating the field. I must credit Grand Turk because they've also put on a great performance, but there's a clear discrepancy.
Yeah, and while we see the throws, you can make your point, Leo.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the principals, after seeing that, okay, Louise Garling is performing well because they've opted into this program, they should now reach out to Delano, reach out to Mr. Angelo Garland, and get involved.
Absolutely.
So that these championships can be a lot more competitive.
Yes, and we have seen that some of the athletes, we can see the results of the athletes who are actually taking part in this program. We can see that they are not only doing well in their front sports like softball, football, basketball, for example, but they are now improving so much at this level, and they are deserving. Once they get their medals here, once they secure top spots, to go and represent TCI at the Curfew Games, the best athletes, no matter where they come from, which school they represent, even if it is one school with multiple athletes, as is the case with many of the other Caribbean islands, including Barbados and Jamaica, who are mostly looked up to. Well, I won't say Barbados that much in that regard, but at the junior level at least, Jamaica, the benchmark for us. A lot of the athletes, no matter the schools that they come from, once they win their spots at trials, they go, regardless of what school they represent.
And I must add that, you know, it doesn't matter. We have a tendency here to select athletes from all the islands. You know, we try to maintain some sort of balance, right? Mm-hmm. But if there's one school that is dominating everything and they have all the athletes, I would say send them.
Absolutely.
It shouldn't matter if you shouldn't be concerned with having representation from all the islands.
Yeah.
You know, it should be that the best athletes are coming from.
Because at the end of the day, you want, at the Curfew Games, the objective is to win the majority of, to carry a team that can win medals. That's what you want. Yes, I understand exposure is good, whatever. That's fine. But the point is, you go there to win medals, or to at least compete for medals. It doesn't make sense to send someone who finishes third, unless they're named as a reserve on the team. That's fine. If they go as a traveling reserve, that's okay. But it doesn't make sense to leave out someone in top two who has the potential to bring back a medal, or to at least get into a final, for someone who finishes third in an event, because you want to be inclusive. That's quite frankly what it is. But ongoing now, the javelin throw you're seeing for senior girls, and this young lady on the screen here in the light blue of Miranda Academy, she won the shot put on day one. Now looking to add that javelin throw to her name. Dina, I don't think you should show this. I don't think you should show it. All right, I just feel.
And you know, the track events clearly gets a lot of attention, but you know, we must talk about the work that these guys put into getting these athletes ready for the field events.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I must mention that, you know, before we won a medal in track, our first medal was won during a field event, high jump. You know, so we have to get some light to the field events. We have Antoine Walken. Mm-hmm. He is a shot put thrower. He's doing phenomenal work overseas, and he's won, I think, 2 or 3 times at Carifta. Antoine Walken.
Yeah, actually, Antoine Walken would have secured a medal last year, only medal in the shot put. So that was I know, like I did mention. So when we do think, especially in this region, about track and field, the immediate thought are the sprints, 100, 200.
Yes.
Hurdles are included because the hurdles have garnered a lot of interest now.
Yes.
But if we look at how we've been doing in the field events, we have Anderson Peters of Grenada, we have Keyshawn Walcott of Trinidad and Tobago. Now we have Roger Stoner of Jamaica, who created history in the discus. First man from Jamaica to win a gold medal in that event.
That was big
at
last
the
year in the
Olympics.
Olympics.
Yeah, actually the first gold medal that they got, Jamaica, for the only gold medal that they got at the Olympics after they thought that they were in jeopardy of not bringing back any medals at all. Roger Stoner would have delivered that. Then we have, of course, from Dominica, Lefon Gadsden, who would have gotten the gold in the triple jump, both indoor and outdoor at the Olympics. And Shanika Ricketts, of course, another one. We had Jaden Hibberts in the triple jump for boys, a teenage. Well, he was a teenager to start last year, but now he's 20 years old. And yeah, we just have so many athletes now from our region. And if we want to include the Dominican Republic, who always does well in the long jump, in the high jump,
Yes.
you can include them because they are part of the Caribbean. So we do have a good history here in the Caribbean from in the field events, and we just need to invest a little bit more in the Lamar Distin as well in the high jump. She's also from Jamaica. There is Keyshawn Strand of the Bahamas, who's coming up, a really good javelin thrower. Broke the Carifta record for under 20 boys on his first throw in Jamaica 2022.
Oh wow!
First throw, and he opted not to throw again.
Wow!
Yeah, opted not to throw again. That one throw was so far, I think it was 77.69, I believe, the new record for Carifta. And yeah, to throw that as a 19-year-old at the time, extremely good. And he's coming up.
He's going to be the future.
There we go.
There we go.
So we have he's of the Bahamas.
Lovely.
So we'll see what the rest have to offer. All right. So of course I want to thank our sponsors for this event, who could not be done without them. Of course, the platinum sponsor, we have to mention them first, Inter-Caribbean Airways, the official TCI SS airline partner. And I want to say, Inter-Caribbean Airways, thank you for getting me here safely.
Yes.
In Turks and Caicos. And our Google sponsor, Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited. Silver sponsors, Graceway Communities, who of course always bring you the hydration station. And our streaming partner, Flow. Thank you so much for bringing the action live. And our track and field sponsors, Grace Bay Pharmacy and Provo Water. And as events go on, you will hear the event sponsors. Last night we had the NW Hamilton Insurance 100-meter finals. We had the Gillies Enterprises 5,000 meter and the Owl Services Limited this morning 1,500. All right. And yeah, as we promised, we have a special guest joining us, and he's here with us, the 5,000 meter winner, the 1,500 meter winner now for the junior boys, Love Joseph. Love, thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
You've been having a phenomenal championship so far, 2 goals to secure, and you're done for the day, you said.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but when you look back at the events that you've done so far, especially let's go back to the 5,000 meters, what was your thought going into that race? How did you want to execute?
The 5,000, we don't really train for 5,000. We mainly focus on the 15 and 8 because that's what we plan to do at Carifta. So my job was just to go out there, secure a gold medal. And I was surprised when I broke the championship record, which was set by me last year. And I broke it by at least 1 minute and 10 seconds. I was surprised.
Oh wow!
And going into the 15, because after the 5,000, I got a really bad stitch.
Yeah.
Which me and my coach really thought was a diaphragm strain. So going into the 15, it was really iffy if I would run it or not, because we didn't want to strain something more which could lead into the tear. So when he told me after the second lap, if you really didn't feel like it, just drop out because you have nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
But
Can you tell us the time you ran?
For the 5,000?
For the 5,000.
17:30.
17:30.
17:30. Yeah. And I want to ask you. Love, about your rest and recuperation regime, because running the 5,000 meters early yesterday, and then you have to come back here midday, almost close to, and run a 1,500 meter. It was not easy in those conditions.
Especially with the stitch I told you about.
Yeah.
Oh, it was horrible. So immediately after the race, I asked my sports and sprinting coach, Angelo, about how could I recover, and he told me, love, get a really long cool down lap, at least 10 to 15 minutes, and then hop in the ice bath as quick as possible. But I couldn't get an ice bath, so I just took pieces of ice, and I was over there just rubbing ice on my legs, trying to make sure I get enough recovery. I drank, I don't want to give my tips out, but I just drink this solution that I make.
Yes.
It really helps with hydration. You feel 100% better afterwards. And I got to bed. When I got home, I stretched immediately after again, and I got to bed by at least 10:30.
Yeah.
And one thing I switched this time is that I cut off all the lights in the house, and I locked my room door, so nobody could disturb my sleep.
All right, so love, we're gonna interrupt you for a second for the 200 meters. Off and running, and of course, long way out there, very quickly, very early, and the stamp of the authority as we come into the straight away on the inside. There is a challenge
by HJ. Oh no.
But it looks like the long way athlete will take this one very easily, and no doubt that she will secure her spot in this final.
Fun fact, that's my sister.
Oh yes, that is Love's sister. Yeah,
it's in the genes.
So she chose the sprints and Love chose the distance.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, Love, after seeing your sister's race there, what do you think of it? Did she perform as you would have wanted her to?
I'm just happy that she's running.
Now, Love, I noticed there's a difference this year with you in regards to your strength and your conditioning. What changed from last year to this year?
Oh, I made a major change, and I decided to have, before my strength coach was my track coach, Mr. Ford, but I decided to go with Angelo because, no disrespect to Mr. Ford, but Angelo went to university for this, and he's worked with numerous athletes. And Mr. Ford, his specialty is track. You cannot take that from him, especially his track. But Angelo's specialty is strength and conditioning.
Yeah.
So I decided to go with Angelo. And Angelo had all these programs, these weird workouts. And when Angelo told me lift this small amount of weights, I'm like, sir, why don't go heavier? He said, Love, trust me. Trust me, Love, just lift this much. And now I see what he's doing.
Yeah. Because you did. For the time that we saw you last year, you have bulked up. You look very much stronger. Do you feel as powerful as you look?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So of course we will see better performances, faster times when you go to Carifta this year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to ask you about actually your experience at Carifta. What was it like? What did you learn from that experience that you would want to put into practice for Trinidad and Tobago this year?
Well, my last Carifta was probably one of my worst Cariftas.
Mm-hmm.
One out of two, that was very bad. And one thing I would take is I don't think I hydrated enough. Yeah, I was really inconsistent with my hydrations. Probably after I hop off from the flight, I should have stretched because my hips was kind of tight. And I think I should have planned my eating schedule better because during the races I was very hungry. So I think I'll try to get some food in next time, 2 to 3 hours before something light.
Yeah.
So when I run, I don't feel too hungry. Overall, I think I'm gonna be ready for this.
Amazing. Quick question: do you monitor your competition regionally? Are you aware of the times that they're running heading into a Carifta Games?
Yes.
Okay.
Quick, add to the point. This section 2 of the prelims for the girls, 13 and under 200 meters, and they're off. The first time of asking. The Hawks are out. like a bullet as usual.
As usual.
And this should be quick
Watch.
for them. Coming into the straightaway now, a slight lead for the athlete in lane number 5. But the Hawks again will walk away with this one. She pulls away now and about to cross the finish line. Lovely race for her, and no doubt that those two will go into the final
She
a little
so
bit later.
relaxed crossing that
Very
finish
relaxed,
line.
yes.
Amazing race run by Eloise Garland.
Okay, that was N.W. Hamilton. Insurance 200 meters for the 13 and under girls. So there we have the
But I have a question though. Were you the
So NW Hamilton Insurance also sponsoring this one. Was Love's race there. So Love, I want to ask you one final question before you go. How much has as we look at this replay here quickly, good execution by the athlete in lane 6 rather, who would have completed the win for Long Bay and crossing the line first to secure her spot. So here's one more look at that. Straight on, it looks as if it was closer between the two athletes, but the athlete from Long Bay in lane 7, widest of your screen to the left, she was quite comfortable in booking her spot.
And she eased down a bit too on
Very
the last
much.
20.
Yeah, maybe she's one. So Love, what you're exposed to, the programs here, especially with the High Performance Center with Angelo, how has that really improved you not only physically but mentally as an athlete, and your overall attitude towards professionalism and representing yourself and your country at the highest level?
Well, me and Angelo, our workouts start early in the morning, Tuesday and Thursday, 5 o'clock. And at first it was kind of hard waking up that early. But once you know you want something, you have to go get it. And that really reinforced with me going to track. I said I did not wake up at 5 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday, sometimes in the weekends to come out here and lose. And Angela would always tell me, Love, you're an athlete. Go out there and compete. You didn't work this hard or come this far just to come this far. And just, I gotta give my props to Angelo for real, because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And sometimes after Angelo, I have Mr. Ford too, and like he knew I'd come after a hard session. Sometimes he would show some stuff in there to test me, see how much I wanted. And trust me, some sessions, I don't think I had it, but you see they waving the time.
Right.
Hurry up now. Yeah, but it's just my coaches in general, and also my parents too. Like they really helped me to just fix my mentality in general.
Thank you so much, Love. And of course, we'll be monitoring you for the rest of the year. I will be reaching out hopefully to see your performances, and I look forward to it.
I have one question though. Were you the same commentator at Griffith?
Yes, that's me. Yeah, I was there. Yeah. So I hope to be there again this year and see you up front, even though I will be watching regardless of if I'm there or not. So that's Love Joseph, the winner for the 5,000 and 1,500 meters here at this event, the Turks and Caicos Islands Inter-High Championships. And yeah, you've heard it all from him, how he's been training, how he's been prepping himself, how he has been getting himself in shape for not only this event, for Curved Games that are set to get underway in 29 days. And yeah, you've heard it here first. Meanwhile, the boys under 13 200 meter prelim section 1 on the track, and it looks like the Hawks again will get a chance to secure Rose Cox. Rose Cox, who has been dominant all championship.
I just like his power.
He gets another spot in the final. He does look confident. He looks really comfortable.
Yes. Watch out for him, man.
Here's a look at that race again. Here he is, just puffing, huffing, and pumping. Yeah, making sure that he executes a little bit flat-footed though.
Yes.
But he, of course, will work on that.
Heel
as
strikes.
time- Yeah. Here it
Imagine
is
if he
again.
fixes that in next year.
And there he is. Of course, he has been mentioned a little bit flat-footed, not being able to get the speed off of the track that he would want. But the power is definitely there. And as he gets older, of course, that's something that his coach would work on. Speaking of coaches, we're joined by Coach Ford, Clement Howell. Hi, Coach. We did have a chat with Love moments ago, and he did say a lot of things about his performances, how he's been training, how he's been getting himself ready. I just want to start with him specifically first and the work that he has been doing. How good of an athlete is Love Joseph?
He's very disciplined. He's an athlete who you communicate with. He communicates well. He's a top class student. He's in a science class. He carries chemistry, physics. I have him personally as a teacher for physical education, and he's one who he masters the concepts that he covers in class, and that transfers into his training. So the instruction, he absorbs instruction well, and as a result, you know where he is in the training program.
Yeah.
He follows instructions to the T.
Yeah.
And he's never scared to ask.
Right.
Right.
This is important. When you first came here with the mindset of having to train these athletes, what were you expecting? How did you tweak your program, of course, without giving away too much, to ensure the best out of Clement Howell High's athletes?
Well, in the early years, I tried to apply programs that I used when I coached in Jamaica. I did some time at Seaford High School in Jamaica. I did Nassau Christian Academy in the Bahamas also. But I realized that the students here are more indoor children.
Yeah.
So instead of just applying a stringent program, you had to do a lot of assessment, see their strengths and weaknesses, and you had to do a lot of remedial work.
Yeah. Anything from you, Lou? Coach, as we see right after this race, I'll get back to you. Well, the Sector 2 of the 200-meter boys under 13, they're off and running. HJ Robinson has two athletes in this one, and they're out front right now. It looks like Mackay Wilson will have to work a little bit harder to get his spot in the final, but out front is his counterpart, his teammate, slows it all the way down just to secure his spot, and Elite would get Elite would get their spot in the final, and the Blues very close. Yeah.
So, I noticed something with Joseph this year. He's more defined. He's built. How important is strength training to running?
It's absolutely essential. It prevents injuries. It makes sure there's a platform on which you can improve. And based on the number of athletes we have, Love and I had a discussion, and we share the workload. He's with Coach Angelo Garland, who's a specialist strength and fitness trainer, in the mornings, on a Tuesday morning, a Thursday morning, sometimes on Friday. And I do most of the track work, and he does the road running on his own.
Wow.
Sometimes on a Saturday, on a Sunday, he gets in 6 miles, sometimes Saturday morning, and he's dedicated to it. I had him download a software, Nike Run Tracker, and as soon as he gets it done, he sends it to me so you can assess the pace. And we keep record too. He has a logbook with all his runs and his times. For his 1,000, he has his times recorded, and he monitors his progress.
Yeah.
So it's a pleasure working with this young man.
Coach Ford, I made the point yesterday that Turks and Caicos, I know, has a really good program in terms of talented athletes from the 400 meters straight up. I mean, when we in the Caribbean here track and field, we talk about the sprints mostly, focus on the sprints. But when I specifically put the microscope on Turks and Caicos Islands, there is a really good bunch of athletes in the middle to long distances. Do you think we should put more focus on those events and just create a core?
I've been saying that for the past 9 years.
Wow.
If you think that's talented, you need to see the primary champs. I saw a young boy went 2 minute 21 last year at primary champs, 12 years old. Yes,
wow.
Community Christian. But the problem, however, is the transition. find that the same children that does exceptionally well at primary school, they will choose not to do track and field in high school. They would dabble in basketball even though they are not good.
Wow.
So on Highland, based on the small population, it's usually a tug of war for the students between track and field, basketball, and soccer.
Yeah.
We were having this discussion.
Yes, it's a big challenge. And then middle distance, I don't think it's a favorite of the public.
You're right.
Yes, so the excitement that the athletes love and that draws them in, nobody wants to do the middle distance because it's not there. But the talent for middle distance here is super.
Yeah.
Yeah, North Caicos, Grand Turk, extreme talented kid at the young level. But there's always a challenge seeing the transition.
The girls 15 and under, section 1. They're off and running. And they're coming to the straightaway now. It looks like the Hawks are going to have another athlete securing their spot in the final. They have been dominant in the sprints specifically. And King, the 100-meter champion, is going for the double. She'll be in that final later on.
Mr. Forbes, I'm noticing a dominance by Eloise Garland. And having a discussion with Delano last night, he talked about the coaching program.
Right.
You know, how important is that for each school to have one and participate in these programs?
All right. Unlike, say, volleyball or other sport where 3 months is pretty much good, in track and field, in order to apply the level of load that an athlete needs to run well, there must be a solid foundation. So your program won't go anywhere unless you have 3-4 months of solid background preparation, and that's what Long Bay has been doing. I've been at the stadium on a weekly basis, and they have been there as early as September with us.
Wow.
Yeah, so the preparation and the base is pretty good, and they have multiple coaches. Having 4 coaches ensures that the workload is spread, and the athletes are not deprived of attention. Athlete-coach ratio is very important, and they have done pretty well with that.
I want to ask you finally, Coach Ford, on a bigger scale, how does Turks and Caicos' future look at the junior level? Let's start with the junior level.
All right, that's a tough one. What we have done over recent time is we try not to do it alone. There are events that we have not mastered. Myself, I'm an okay field events coach in terms of throws.
Okay.
So what I've done in recent time, I've passed on athletes to, say, Kingston College, Jamaica College, and it's all well and good to ask for assistance. So events that we have not mastered or doesn't have sufficient resources, we encourage the youngsters to move on and utilize the assistant from specialists at those areas to achieve a little bit more.
Of course, we're very grateful that you're here.
Yes.
And that you're putting in your effort and ensuring that this crop of athletes, these athletes here at this junior level are getting
thank you
as
so
good
much.
as they could.
The sport is bigger than any one of us. It's not
Absolutely.
about me.
Yes.
It's not about the other coaches. It's about the athletes and the long-term development, and that's what we work towards.
I'll continue the good work, Coach. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Have a great one.
Thank you, Coach.
That's Coach Ford there, Clement Howell High School. And now we turn our attention to section 2 of the the preliminaries of the HW Insurance 200 meters. NW Hamilton Insurance 200 meters, and it looks as if it would be comfortable. Here's H.J. Robinson passing on the line.
There we go.
And that's a good finish. Of course, this is the preliminary round, so all that they need to do is secure their spot.
That's it.
I'm sure she'll be okay. Not okay with being beaten on the line, but okay with the fact that she is progressing to the final.
You know, even though Coach Ford talked about, you know, the fight between, let's look at the replay again.
Yeah, here's that race there, and see on the outside there in lane 7, the athlete from H.J. Robinson just coming through. Miss Jean T, the footballer, she's coming through to secure her spot.
Watch out for her. I think she came, what she placed?
She was second actually, with the top end speed that we just saw there to get the silver medal in the 100 meter last night.
Yes.
So, yeah, she's a favorite.
Definitely. But I was mentioning earlier, we we hear Ford talk about, athletes, the struggle with athletes choosing between sports, but we were also talking about dual athletes. But what I'm noticing with at this meet is that the dual athletes are performing exceptionally well.
Absolutely.
And it might be due to the fact that their conditioning is much longer than the athletes that has chosen one sport. So it's making me think maybe we should encourage our athletes.
But what I was saying to you is that yes, having athletes at this age, this junior level, doing multiple sports is good for them. It is encouraged here, but when they were doing the psychology course, as well as the long-term athletic development framework plan here by the TCI Sports Commission, that is of course being implemented to ensure, as of last week, that the athletes who are competing not only at this stage are competing in track and field as well as whatever sport that they deserve, that they want to. They are tailoring programs to ensuring that the athletes can participate in multiple sports. Whether it be football, softball, cricket, athletics, as you're seeing. And that's important to have them competing in many different sports at this age, Leo.
I love it. So we have the 200 meters.
Yeah.
Boys under
15. They're out early.
Oh, who is that?
He is out like a light, like a bullet, coming into the straightaway. Seems like he's running a perfect race. And look at the arms pumping, high knees. This is more of a technical race and a fast one for him. And a good job to secure that spot there, win this preliminary, the first one of two. So the Hawks with another
amazing
into the final.
That speed though, he was out there from the get-go.
Yeah. And
I think we found the person who will start their relay team.
It was a phenomenal run. In the end, you saw coming into the straightaway how the arms were pumping, how the toes, the knees were high, driving to his chest. And it was a good, very good showing by him. So the time confirmed for Love Joseph in the 5,000 meters as we look at the final time. This good finish here.
Are we talking about his time today or?
Yeah, well, the 5,000 yesterday, Love Joseph, 17 minutes, 28.48 seconds. Remember, it's a 7.5 lap event. 17 minutes, so that is a record for him.
A minute.
Yeah, an entire minute.
That's amazing.
A minute and 23 seconds he shaved off his record. Love Joseph. So phenomenal race by that young man, and I am looking forward to seeing great things from that young man.
He's so humble, but I'm gonna toot his horn. I think he's gonna go correct and do exceptionally well.
Absolutely, regardless of which event he is entered for, I'm sure that he will do a great job at competing in all of them.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he will have the support. So go on track now for the second of two. Boys 15 and under, 100 meter final. Well, 200 meter preliminaries. Coming into the straightaway now.
Another one.
Should walk away with this one easy, but there's a tight finish there coming through Clement Howell on the inside, as well as H.J. Robinson, but there's about 5 meters between them, and Long Bay through to another final. They have a chance now for the 1-2. Let's look at it again. This one a little bit more competitive, but the result the same thing.
Yeah.
The athletes being able to secure their spots quite comfortably.
Diane Hall, number 49 of the British Ascended Collegiate. In lane 3, Jonathan Ciceron, number 108 of the Italy School System. In lane 4, Dylan Gardner, number 130 of the H.J. Robinson High School. In lane 5, Robinson Mills, 290, Wesley Methodist School.
If you guys are looking for a place to go to for lunchtime, come on down to the National Stadium. Come out and support your alma mater. I know I'm here supporting my school and of course all the athletes. But of course I'm gonna have a favorite.
Yeah. So we have the section 2 of the boys event.
Right on track and schedule the time here this afternoon. I think so. Not quite, but we're not too far. On track now for MW Hamilton Insurance 200 meters. Oh my God, no. 3 are on track. They're waiting for the finish line. And as soon as they're ready, we will be ready. We jump back. They are ready. They are moving out to get across the second and third so they can claim some breaking rights for their school for this year. Right now on track, we have the
So I know that Facebook has a lot of fans. We saw what, 87,000 of you
Yesterday.
Wow. I don't know. I think our producer has the magic wand
I'm telling you.
to draw in so many onlookers. And yeah, we're over on YouTube as well. So I'm looking forward to see the numbers over there when we get the reports later on.
Yes.
And you know, when I was going through the comments last night on Facebook, Leo, so many people seem to be excited about these championships. A lot of them who aren't on these shores, but they are watching just to support their schools. A lot of H.J. Robinson athletes,
Definitely.
a lot of Marantha Academy, old scholars, we call them in Barbados, old scholars, old boys, wherever, old girls, regardless.
When you tune in, you're going to see a lot of emojis.
Yeah, my goodness, there were lots of hearts, lots of fire emojis, and it was really good. So 200 meters now continuing, and after these events you'll see the mixed medley relays, heats 1 and heats 1 and 2, before we see some medals being presented. So it is a packed day, as I would have mentioned earlier, Leo. After these events,
So what are we looking forward to for the rest of the day?
well, after the
Gerard?
200s, we have the 4x1, well, the mixed medleys. We get into the medleys early today. The 4x1s then after the lunch break, which is about 45 minutes. And then we'll have later on this evening the 400 meter finals, and that's for all categories. And the mixed medley final would be later on after that, and the 4x4 prelims for the seniors after that. So it's going to be a phenomenal day, and then the really is exciting events
Definite.
will get going.
Looking forward to the mixed medley. It's one of my favorite races to run when I was in high school, I must say.
I enjoy
Unpredictable.
I enjoy watching
Yeah.
it. Trust me, I enjoy watching it. And our producer didn't know that you were quite the athlete.
What you thought? I'm a former champion. bro. at the lower class level, under 13, when I was in high school.
So there you go. He doesn't only have the job because of his prowess in media, but
I
also
appreciate you,
because he knows the sport.
I telling you.
Yeah, our producer doesn't really like to talk about it, but she was quite the athlete herself.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, she was telling me the history.
Don't watch that. They can sprint, you know. Don't watch that. Green machines from Noah Cakers.
Bit of a shaking in the blocks there, so yeah, they will have to stand again. I noticed that it is something that is consistent with these athletes trying to anticipate the gun, and the gun, of course, giving a bit of trouble, so they end up twitching in the blocks, which will cause them to have to stand.
Okay.
Go. 15 and under boys.
15 and under boys. Lining up.
Again, another twist there, but the starter didn't see it. So, and he's out like a light.
Watch
Coming
HJ.
around. H.J. Robinson with a slight lead in lane number 4. And he should come away with this one very comfortably. And the athlete in lane number 6, the outside, trying to make a late surge and will secure that second spot.
15 and under.
Boys 15 and give them a round of applause. Boys 200 meters. 3 of 3. 15 and under boys. Can you now give me?
Yeah, so in section 2 of 3, taking that race there.
Okay, now we have the girls. 17 and under. 200 meters.
That's right, Godfrey, and the lane assignment for heat 1 of 2. VAU number 271.
So athlete Mathis making a last push at the end of the race. I guess just to secure that second spot.
Yeah, so that's Dylan Gardner of H.J. Robinson taking that race ahead of the athlete who was in lane number 6, Tobias Ferguson of Precious
Treasures, actually.
Yeah. I mean, Ferguson did have a bit of a twitch in the blocks, but nothing too much that unsettled the starter, and he was not forced to call it back. I think the starter actually just missed his twitch in the block. So I guess that's lucky for the young man Ferguson. So the 3 finals, or the 3 preliminaries for the 200 meter dash in the boys 15 and under section are complete, and we are getting ready now for the girls 17 and under. Joining us, we did talk about the high performance development programs, the TCISC coming up with many developmental programs, physical, mental, and of course just overall development, performance development in the island, especially amongst the juniors. And the man who is in charge of developing those programs, Angelo Garland, joins us now. Angelo, you didn't hear it, but the 2 interviews that we had before you were talking very highly of you and your performance development program. Just tell us a little bit about just exactly what you're trying to achieve with your performance program and how it has been improving these athletes over the past couple of years.
Garland, head of sports performance here at TCI Sports Commission. I'm also a former national athlete myself. So my biggest thing is trying to help these athletes and put them in a position to be great.
I'm going to have to pause you right there for a minute. Just hold your thought there, Angelo, as we go into section 1 of 2 in the girls 16 and 17 and under. And Clement Howell High School, we're going with Chrisanne Williams. She is going to take that one for them. And H.J. Robinson, Azari Brooks right behind her. And she was, remember her celebration after the 100. And
like you seeing both.
beat her chest. She was about 20 meters out, just like Bolt was in 2008. And she was quite happy with that performance last night. And I'm sure she will be happy with that performance now. Here's a look at it again. Chrisanne Williams, of course, coming through quite easy
on them toes.
And it's just dipping at the line to ensure a good time, and followed right behind her was Azari Brooks. So you can pick up your point, Angelo.
Yeah, for me is helping these athletes be in a position to where they can get better. Also put Turks and Caicos on the map, but really it's more about individualizing and trying to help them get better. Well, my approach is very holistic. It's all about communication. I talk to all the coaches, and with us here at the Sports Commission too, we partnership with Grace Bay Medical.
Yeah.
So whenever one of the athletes come and they say, hey, I have a little neck and knack, they come to us. And at the Sports Performance Department, myself, Coach Delano, Coach Tyler, Coach Jada, we're all certified in movement assessment. So once the athletes come and, we go through our protocol of movement assessment, if it's something that needs further attention, we refer them to Grace Bay Medical. Dr. Joe, she goes at it and she takes a look at them. And then we come up with a program together, and that's how we go. In fact, that's how we started with Love. Love started with us last year, and he had knee pains. He came, we did some work, sent him to Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe did some assessment, and up to now, from my understanding, there's no more knee pain for Love.
Wow.
So, we do a lot of research in our stuff. We do a lot of science background in what we do, and that's kind of how we want to push it forward to not just track and field. We do a lot of work with football and world, but we're trying to, expand that to as much sports as possible.
All right, and so before we continue this interview, let's go back to the track now for the second heat of the 200 meter for 17 and under girls. Let me give you the start list quickly for this one. Tamay Lewis of H.J. Robinson and Yanira Roberts of Clement Howell High School. She's coming in with the fastest time, 28.40 seconds. Nisia Innocent in lane 5. Wesley Methodist and Jeremiah James in lane 6. So lanes 3 to 6 are occupied. 2 to 6 occupied.
And the top two
There
go
they
through.
Top 2 go through. And already Roberts is out, gaining ground, picking up the side, coming into the straight away, and she shouldn't have any.
That's British.
But British West Indies coming for James, that is, and James is taking control of this race, and she's going to finish at the top of it, crossing the line first and securing her spot. I'm not sure what happened to Roberts, but she faded away within the last 20.
By British.
Yeah.
Amazing.
James, we saw her yesterday on her way to the final of the 100. And here's a look at it again. The race actually started with Roberts picking up the early lead right on the blocks, and then coming on to about the last 20 meters or so, about 40 meters out. That was a burst there by James, who came forward and booked her spot. She was comfortable there, and just with her lips folded, though, I'm sure she would want to be breathing better than that. But
didn't she place last night in the 100-meter finals?
Yeah, she
got the silver.
Got the silver. So watch out for her.
James of British West Indies Collegiate securing her space in the final. So Angelo, Leo, you can go ahead.
Angelo, I want to ask you a question in regards to the discrepancy along the lines of the training programs you was talking about earlier. How are you guys planning to lessen the discrepancy? Because it's quite clear that Eloise Garland is by far taking full advantage of it, but we are not seeing it trickle down to all the other schools. So what is your plans to lessen the discrepancy throughout the islands?
I think how it started, although I think we'll take the same approach with how the whole sports performance started. And I think we just have to let our results show. From my understanding, the sports performance department has been up and running since 2021. And even I'm here to say now that 2025 that myself or none of the coaches in my department, none of the athletes have gotten injured in our programs.
Wow.
So I do think that's kind of what starts the conversation.
That's actually very significant.
Yes.
That kind of starts the conversation, and then we say, look, the results will show. All our programs, in our mesocycles, we do 4 weeks or 5 week testing, and every testing cycle, there are improvements in at least one parameter, whether it be lower body strength, upper body strength, or even core strength.
Yes.
So there's always improvements, and I think once we begin to put those out there, I think the coaches are more keen to kind of trusting us with their program.
And I like that you didn't only incorporate the physical, or didn't only focus on the physical aspect, but what really made you want to focus as well on the mental aspect, because that is extremely important, especially among junior athletes, because they would go to an event, would lose, and then they don't want to go back.
I think for me, one of the baseline is during my master's degree program, I had to do like a thesis component, and my thesis component was the psychological effects of injuries on student athletes. And I think is also I travel a lot with the football team, and I've kind of observed, how, for example, our under 15 boys. We went to Trinidad last year, and we played 4 games. We won 3 games, and in the last game we lost. And I realized it's kind of the same throughout the different teams. If the score is 0-0 at halftime and the other team scores before Turks and Caicos, the motivation just goes through the window.
Yeah.
And I think some of the coaches, their strategies are a bit traditional, as in it's a bit old school. So I do think, okay, well, it's definitely a situation where both the athletes and the coaches can benefit from some sports psychology training.
Amazing.
And I want to ask you to appeal to the public here a little bit and explain to them their involvement, or the importance of having them support these athletes. It doesn't have to be monetarily, but just when they send, when Turks and Caicos send athletes to represent them, the mental aspect of it, how important they play a role in that regard.
Well, you know, one of the things, because I grew up in Grand Turk, the nation's capital, and one of the things that I grew up on is it takes a village to raise a child.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's fair to say that sometimes we send these athletes to certain games and certain championships, and some of the comments from the public is, oh, well, why we send that person? Why we did? Well, first of all, we send the best of what we have, you know, but at the same time, it takes a lot of guts to, for example, when they had Carifta in Jamaica, for those alone that understand the championship, track and field championship in Jamaica, you know, when you walk off the tunnel and you have a stadium full of people. For example, you know, here in Turks and Caicos, our national stadium, we have one side of stands. You know, you go into arenas where the whole stadium is packed full of people, and what you have to remember is, they're not cheering for you. So rather with the host country, because statistics have shown that the host country tends to do better when the championship is in their country. Right. So imagine a 13-year-old that's been at Inter High, which would be the biggest event, go to Carifta and you have 50,000 people screaming for your opponent. Mentally, like, that's like, what do I do? So this is different from me running at HJ or running in South Caicos or even running here in Provo. They're just like, it's literally you versus what would feel like the world. So instead of saying, hey, why they send them, be like, hey, good job.
Yeah.
If you say something simple, I say, you did good job, you did a good race, that goes a long way. You know, so I think if we try to keep positive comments to the athletes, it goes a long way. And even if you just say, hey, I support you. Simple stuff like that, they go a long way psychologically, because when you feel good, you perform good.
Indeed.
Let's head to the track now for the boys equivalent, 17 and under. This is first heat. Nurbans Barron, Clement Howell High, Jalen Rogers, Wesley Methodist, Antonio Neat, Raymond Gardner, Dawson Morley of Buick, and Miskins Mirias.
Watch HJ.
That's Mirias. Mirias is on the outside and commanding in position, and he is moving forward, and he is going to finish, of course, in front. And Wesley Methodist right behind him. That's Jalen Rogers.
Amazing.
So Mirias,
Pretty built.
yeah, who looks like he has been taking some training from Angelo Garland.
I'm telling you, man.
Look at this power behind him, and he's striding forward, head up, looks a little bit at the clock, and just powers down with the chin in his mouth, reminiscent of Usain Bolt in 2004 at Athens.
With the chain, signature chain.
But here's a look at it again from the front angle. He was quite comfortable, a little bit wobbly, but that doesn't matter because he's into the final. good performance, securing his place.
Angelo, what is Grand Turk doing differently from all the other schools? Because they're right there. They clearly have something going on.
I think, I apologize for those who may think this is bias. I think Grand Turk just has a lot of heart. We don't have the resources that they have here in Provo. For example, crazy story is when I was at HJ, we had the hurdles in our inter-high event, and I tell you, we had maybe 4 or 6 hurdles at the parade grounds, and HJ would win every hurdle event they had at inter-high.
Wow.
It just takes a lot of heart, whether we're on the parade or they had us on the beach or, we're running the famous Nookie Hill. I think Grand Turk comes with a lot of pride and it comes with a lot of heart, and I think that's where it kind of strives from. I think too is one of them things where it's like, we're going to show you guys what we can do even though you guys have better resources than us. I do think it's a hard thing that comes out of Grand Turk.
Yeah. Well, Angelo, I want to thank you for joining us. Quickly before you go though, I need to ask you about, just from your heart, without all the statistics, without all of the numbers and the research, what would you like to see for Turks and Caicos Islands and their sports in the future?
Consistency. I think that's the biggest thing. Consistency. I want the athletes to continue to train hard. I want the coaches to continue to learn about their sport and even other sports. And I just want unity.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things here in Turks and Caicos is we have so many coaches. At the end of the day, we're still Team Turks and Caicos.
Yes.
So once we, establish that unity, once we establish consistency, because we have the talent, we have the potential. A few weeks ago, I was in Bermuda with the under-17 male football team, and the guys, they played 4 games, and they won the first game, they lost the 3 games, and their spirits were a bit beaten. We had a scout from the UK came, he's like, regardless of how many teams beat you, what you guys have is heart. And I think that's something we should take with Turks and Caicos.
Thank you so much, Angelo, and all the best.
Thank you guys for having me on.
No problem, Angelo.
Heat 2 of the boys 17 and under preliminaries. Let's get going. Malcolm, Dumezli, Missick, and Roll, and they're out neck and neck now. Nothing to separate them quickly, but here you go.
Watch Potenski in the middle.
Missick is coming around, a slight lead for Buick. There's a jump in the middle, and a late surge from Roll. Roll passes him on the line.
What a race.
Well done by Roll. For about 180 meters, Missick had a slight lead, but a late surge from Ronald Roll. Here's a look at it again. At this stage, Lorano Missick in lane 5 was quite comfortable of British West Indies Collegiate, but look for that late surge from Ronald Roll, passing him, showing that heart, showing that fight, and yeah, just picked him on the line.
Right on the line, yeah.
Great stuff.
Amazing race.
And when you look at these races, Leo, and how they've been executing, especially in these 200s, not really much of an outright winner because the strategy is a little bit different.
Correct.
How excited does it make you feel for the final later on?
I'm really excited, and Angelo mentioned the heart of Grand Turk.
Yeah.
The fact that we heard earlier, some of these schools have about 4 coaches they have access to. Mm-hmm. So to see what Grand Turk is doing out here is really impressive, given the limited resources. And them not having a track like this, So I'm really excited to see what they do in the finals and how they show up. Of course, we had the young lady from British West Indies. I'm also looking forward to see how she does in it, because she looks like she has that ending speed.
Yeah, Jemiah
so
James.
She might put up a fight.
She plays softball, so
another dual athlete. I'm telling you, these dual athletes, man.
They'll be consistent with what the TCISCs are trying to accomplish with having the athletes competing in multiple sports. So the girls under 19 and under will not compete in the preliminary phase, just like they did in the 100 meters. They will go to a straight final, and that will be the case. So we'll see them. We won't see the under 19 girls until Saturday morning.
I'm excited for that one too, simply
It's
because
going to be a great race.
the power sprinter that they have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from Marantha Academy. No, she was from Clement. Was she
from Clement. It was from
I think she was
Clement. Yes, it was from
Yeah,
Clement
I think she
House.
was from Clement. So this one now we move on to the boys 19 and
I'm excited
under.
for this one. The
Yeah.
two Rantuck boys who battled last night in the 100 meters.
This is heat 1 of 2. Lawrence Hanfield, the 19 and under boys 200-meter dash. They'll line up like this for heat 1. Lawrence Hanfield, Raymond Gardner in lane 2. Lane 3, Josias Morency of Clement Howell High. Jarmal Missick from HJ Robinson, who dethroned Xavier Joseph
I think we're gonna
in the
see
100 meters. Yeah,
something.
they aren't in this race together, so
No.
we'll obviously see them in the final. Curvins John from Elite School in heat in lane 5, and Stevenson Harris lane 6, Wesley Methodist. That's how they line up for heat 1.
Haven't seen much of Clement Howell today. The Eagles are still in the nest.
Only 4 now,
Only for now.
and these are the more senior divisions, so we know that we won't see much of the Hawks.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we can go down on the track.
Oh, there's a false start by the favorite. Oh, that's a false start by Missick. The favorite. Who won the 100. So let's see how this goes. What color card will he get?
Yellow.
And he gets yellow, so caution. And in keeping with the
All right, so he's still
leniency,
in the race.
yeah, the leniency that has been given to these athletes. Of course, you know that at the World Athletics level, the rulings by World Athletics would see one and out. You have one false start and then you're gone. But based on what the TCI AAA would be hoping to achieve with these athletes, they're a little bit lenient with their officiating, giving them a chance. But it is important to note that this is not the norm. This is just an adjustment based on these championships. So if you go to Carifta and you see them get disqualified after one false start, please don't be alarmed.
Yeah.
That is the rule. But for these purposes, these athletes get a second chance, which is good because you want to see your best athletes going out there.
Yes, indeed.
So we get a second chance. Off this time of asking, and that's a bullet start by Jamal Missick.
Yeah, he's
Missick
out of
is
there.
out of there already, and he's already taken past
Watch Clement.
Stevenson Harris. But Clement Howell, here's Missick and Morrissey. Missick is pulling away now, and the 100-meter
Wesley
champion
Methodist is right there.
is on the verge of a final and a chance to defend
Amazing run.
and complete the double. So a false start turning into a flourishing moment.
Amazing race by Mizik. The Stallions are galloping. What's the word?
Galloping. It happens to the best of us. I actually wish that our viewers could hear how excited our producer is about this, because she's making me excited as well. She has the punchlines.
Yes, indeed. Seeing a little bit of life from the Eagles.
Joseph, the number 137, Xavier Robinson High School. And in lane 6, Ames, number 73 of the
So Xavier Joseph should be turning up for the second heat of the same event. Yeah, there
I'm
he is in
excited
lane.
for him because of that top end
Yeah.
speed.
But he would have gotten a little bit of a shocker when Missick, who just won that race in Heat 1, would have passed him on the line for about the last 20 meters. Okay.
Is Joseph in this race?
He was, but it seems as if he stepped off the track. There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Okay, I was worried.
Lane 5, getting his.
Angelo talk about the heart of the stallions. And we do see that top end speed that he has. So if he does have another bad start, I think he wouldn't have to worry because this is the 200 meters that he's running today.
Yeah. He did have a really bad start.
I need to take a trip to Grand Turk to see how these guys train because there's clearly a method.
Catherine in our comment section, she's supporting Jamal Missick. So the pond boy Missick, I think the next time I come, Leo, we need to
go to the nation's capital. Yeah, let's do a full coverage.
Yeah,
I'm down for that, man.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Producer. So I'll be here 2 days earlier next time.
Definitely, I'm definitely joining you on that trip.
Here's a look at it again. Here's Missick, who pulled away at the top of the curve and made his way in front of Morency, who gave a bit of a challenge coming onto the curve.
Yes.
But it was no problem for Missick, who probably would have had to end up pushing himself a little bit harder than he wanted to. What is important though, Leo, is that when you have these races and you have a plan coming in, when the strategy comes and someone else gives you a little bit of a push,
especially on that curve.
Oh, there's a false start there.
False start.
So this race would have to go off a second time.
Got a yellow flag.
I was saying that when you have a plan in your head, or your coach gives you a plan, you stick to it.
Yes.
Regardless of how much of a challenge you've been getting. If you're out front and you're comfortable and you're qualifying at this round, of course you do want to ensure that you have a good time to get a good lane. But stick to your plan.
Definitely.
Yeah, stick to your plan.
And you've seen that play out well for Eloise Garland. You know, it's their strategy is, especially with the longer races, get out there and then relax. So it's working.
So here we go. Second time of asking. Off they go. Again, false start. It looks as if it is going to be the same. Seems the same person committed the offense. Let's see what the card here is. No, it's a green card, so the field is okay. Seems there was a technical issue.
Okay.
I did see a bit of a twitch in lane 6 again, but we'll see. So Ames in lane 6 Xavier Joseph, the favorite in lane 5. And the medalist, the bronze medalist in 100 from Wesley Methodist in lane 4. And this young man in lane 3, he's running unattached.
Yeah.
So he just wants a chance to come out here and win or get a chance to qualify for the Crifter team. And of course, British West Indies Collegiate represented in lane number 2.
Okay.
Let's see how this one goes. They say third time is a charm.
There we go.
Off they go. And
Much better start from
Xavier
yesterday.
Joseph, yeah, is capitalizing on the start that he had much better than the day before.
And there he goes.
And now into the straightaway with about 60 to go. He is
that's
just
the top end
looking.
speed kicking in right there.
And it's a good finish
Very good.
for Xavier Joseph. And he will book his spot in the final.
This is going to be an exciting final, man.
So we're going to see that rematch between Xavier Joseph and Jamal Mali Missick.
His top end speed, though, at the ending, he has that ending speed, and that's going to be a problem for Jamal in that final.
Which is why the start was so important for him yesterday.
Yes.
Because Missick, as we did mention, with this top end speed that he has, to just finish the race stronger than he started.
Correct.
Just like Shakiri Richardson, who has a brilliant end to her race.
comparison.
Yeah, brilliant end to her race. And look at this. His form is just magnificent. High knees, on the toes, kissing the track with him. He does lean a little bit over to his left when he's approaching that final 20 meters or so. But he does have a really high posture, and he finishes strongly. So that's going to be a very, very strong like a stallion. My producer says, I think she wants my job, but he does a really good job of finishing. And whereas Missick, we did mention yesterday with that race, that 100-meter final, that if he had just 2 more meters, he could have caught Missick. It's going to be a phenomenal
Mizik
rematch.
is going to have to start off his life.
He's look at it again from a different angle. This angle here. Look at the posture, Leo.
Yes.
Like a gazelle.
I'm telling you. A stallion.
Really strong again. So I can say that is safely. But this is track and field, and we don't know how things go.
Indeed.
But H.J. Robinson very much likely to take the quintella.
And
the quinella for the 200 meters.
And you have last night's bronze medalist also getting second place in that heat.
So who knows? We will probably get the same 1, 2, 3 finish that we got on Thursday night.
Yes, last night.
Why am I trying to go back further? But yeah, we are of course coming into the second day. So the preliminaries for the 200 meters are done and dusted, and we now pause, of course, for the award ceremony. For a number of the events I would have completed either last night or this morning early. We did have many of the field events being completed, and Leo, we're halfway through the day almost. We still have the 400s to go. We still have the relays to go. Next up,
I'm excited for the medley relays, man.
Medley relays.
Looking forward to that.
Up next, so we'll see how things go.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
But you have some sponsors to shout out, do you, Leo? And I know you'll be getting them very quickly. And I wanted to, of course, start with saying a big thank you to our platinum sponsor, Inter-Caribbean Airways, who have officially wanted to, as they pass over us, it seems like they were hearing us.
I'm telling you.
they wanted to be in synergy, good synergy with us, as we mentioned them. So Inter-Caribbean Airways, the platinum sponsor, the official partner, travel partner of the TCI SC and these games. I want to thank you, of course, and for getting me here safely.
Indeed, indeed. Welcome. How has it been? How has your 2 days been here so far.
Oh, phenomenal. I actually went to the fish fry last night.
How was that?
I didn't see much because of how late we finished, but what I did get was some food.
How was
Yeah.
the conch?
I'm allergic to shellfish, so unfortunately I can't have conch. Yeah, but because of sponsorship reasons, I can't say where I got the food from. But just know it was good. It was good.
Amazing,
It was good.
amazing.
It was good. Yeah, the food here is actually really nice, though. I like it. What's your favorite?
Oh, I'm a East Harbor, South Caicos, Maji based and alumni. So for me, it's always anything fry fish, stew fish.
Okay.
I'm a fish guy.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. So we will pause a little bit for the award ceremonies. They are going to see a few athletes getting their awards, and we did have, of course, some events earlier this morning, some field events. We had the javelin for the junior girls as well, which was really the predominant thing for earlier. So let's head over now to the award ceremony station.
So I had to just pull it up on my phone, but it would be great if I can.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by now for medal presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. We will now have medal presentations for the boys 5,000 meters for senior boys, that is for boys aged 19 and under. These presentations will be made by Mr. Nikimo Williams, Director of Gillis Enterprise. Put your hands together now for our awardees as they are announced. The bronze medal goes to Kindly St. Fleur. That's Kindly St. Fleur of the Clement Howell High School. Put your hands together for Kindly St. Fleur, ladies and gentlemen. The silver medal goes to Jodias Sinius of the H.J. Robinson High School. And to receive the gold medal, ladies and gentlemen, out of the Clement Howell High School, none other than Mr. Love Joseph. These presentations are being made by Mr. Nikimo Williams, Director of Gillis Enterprise, sponsors of the 5,000 meters event for boys. Our next medal presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is for the long jump for boys aged 13 and under. These presentations will also be made by Mr. Nikimo Williams, Director of Gillis Enterprise. And the bronze medal goes to Justin Corville of the Raymond Gardner High School. Receiving the silver medal none other than Mr. Nico Rigby of the A. Louis Garland Thomas High School. And make some noise now for the gold medal winner, Adrian Malbranch of the A. Louis Garland Thomas High School. Put your hands together for the medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Our next medal presentation will be for the girls, 3,000 meters. It's an open event for girls age 19 and under. And the bronze medal goes to Youth Carly Jean-Baptiste of the Raymond Gardner High School. Cheer them on, ladies and gentlemen. The silver medal goes to Adriana Hudson of the Clement Howell High School. And the gold medal goes to Danica Gabrielle of the H.J. Robinson High School. Once again, we must say thanks to Mr. Nikimo Williams, Director of Gillis Enterprises, not only for sponsorship, but also for taking time out to present these medals for us today. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, to do this segment of presentations is Anisha Roll. She's a life and health executive, and these are sponsored courtesy of NW Hamilton Insurance. Girls 13 and under, 100 meters. In third place, we have Ronisha Parker receiving the bronze medal from the H.J. Robinson High. Cheer her on. Receiving the silver medal is Naisha Petit from the A. Louis Garland Thomas High School. And receiving the gold medal is Khadidra Robinson from the A. Louis Garland Thomas High School. Ms. Anisha Rowe will also be presenting to Soraya for the girls 19 and under 100 meters. Receiving the bronze medal is Soraya Mills from the British West Indies Collegiate. Receiving the silver medal is Diana Charles from the Clement Howell High School. And receiving the gold medal is J. Lisian Wilson from the Clement Howell High School. Girls 19 and under 100 meters medalists. Amisha, Miss Amisha will continue. doing the presentations. And coming up next is the 17 and under girls, 100 meters. In third place, receiving the bronze medal is Azari Brooks from the H.J. Robinson High. Receiving the silver medal is Jemiah James from the British West Indies Collegiate. And receiving first place, a gold medal goes to Kristen Williams from the Clement Howell High School. And these are our final recipients of medals for the 13 and under boys, 100 meters. In a third place, receiving the bronze medal is Nehemiah Joseph from Marjorie Basin High. A silver medal is Rose Cox from A. Louise Garland. And receiving the first place gold medal, Deadrian Malabranch, A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. The medalists for the 100 meters, 13 and under boys, 100 meters. And boys to Miss Amisha Roll and Mr. Nikki Mo Williams, Director of Gillis Enterprise, for doing these presentations for us. Thank you very much.
So they can offer them.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, athletes.
It's about
Crushing limits.
And when are we not on the podium? With one season, our legacy is on the line.
And for some, redemption.
This is more than just sports.
Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, a proud sponsor of Turks and Caicos Islands school sports.
We're back, baby. We're back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you can win yourselves some prizes right now. I'm about to ask some questions, and the first person to answer will win yourselves some prizes courtesy of Ruben. All right, the first question is, name two current medalists from TCI. Any two current medalists.
Inside my DNA.
Love and Alvin walking.
Awesome. Love and Antoine walking. All right, our next question is, who won the basketball championship?
Wesley Methodist.
Awesome. Congratulations. Our next question is, name 3 sports commission facilities. 3 sports commission facilities. Anybody can answer? I'm seeing my friend Mrs. Oney saying no. Name 3 sports commission facilities. You have to come closer and share those answers. Come down, come right down. Say it in the mic. Okay, go ahead. Felix Morley, Gustavus Lightburn, Francis, Grand Turk, you know finish. What Francis? Helped you? So it's N. Francis William Englander. All right, you young people. Some prizes courtesy of Rubis.
We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport.
Continuing with the questions. Where was Carifta held last year? Where was Carifta held last year? Awesome. Correct you are. For this segment.
We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport.
Where will Carifta be held?
Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, a proud sponsor of Turks and Caicos Islands school sports.
Trinidad and Tobago. Awesome. Thank you for participating. You're all bright spectators. And I look forward to coming back later and asking you more questions. Continue to enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Turks and Caicos, are you ready? The biggest showdown in school sports is here. The TCI School Sports Inter-Primary Track and Field Championships are happening April 2 to 4 at the National Stadium, Venetian Road, Providenciales. Witness the fastest, the strongest, the best young athletes in the country battle for glory. Sprinting, jumping, throwing, every second counts, and history will be made. Don't miss the action. Bring your friends, bring your energy, and let's cheer on your school and the future champions of TCI. And most importantly, bring the noise!
know the drill. Let's Move TCI is back.
Turks and Caicos Islands. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. This year, I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. God gave me strength to walk up a sweat. No matter how hard he walk, I come here to mash it up. I'm running around the track. Nobody can hold me back. Let's move. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. When you see we coming, we moving around the track. We moving non-stop. I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. Y'all ready for this?
Let's move. Hey. That's it there, right?
Let's move. Let's move.
Hi, I'm here to remind you that gambling is all about fun, but only when you're in control. Think of gambling like this deck of cards. Exciting, unpredictable, and full of possibilities. But just like in life, the key is knowing how to play smart. Set a budget before you play and make sure you stick to it. Never chase losses and know when to walk away. Gambling should be a game and not a gamble with your future.
At the Turks and Caicos Islands Gaming Commission, we're here to keep the game safe, fair, and fun. Play responsibly and protect what matters most. Play smart, play safe. Turks and Caicos Islands Gaming Control Commission, proud sponsor of the Turks and Caicos Islands School Sports.
We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport.
Okay, 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Can we have the coaches for Elite and Precious Treasures to come to the technical booth right away? Elite for Elite and Precious Treasures. Coaches for Elite and Precious Treasures, can you please come to the technical room area right away? Ruby's 400 meter, Ruby's TCI 400 meters, and that will be the finals. That's for the finals of the Ruby's TCI 400 meters, and that'll be for classes under 13, under 15, under 17, and under 19. That is to come. We also gonna have some more medal presentation, and also that will be coming to the end of the afternoon. But we will now wait for the for the Grace Bay Resort Foundation 4x1 relays prelims. So that will be coming up not too long from now. Take it away.
And gentlemen, just want the sponsors. You turn the music down. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to acknowledge the for the Inter-High Track and Field Championships. Thank you to our platinum Inter Airway.
Check 1 2 1 2.
Let me go again. I just want to thank the sponsors for making the Inter-High Track and Field Championship a possibility. A huge thank you to our platinum sponsor, Inter-Caribbean Airways, the official Turks and Caicos Island School Sports airline partner. Our gold sponsor, Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited. Our silver sponsors, Graceway Communities, who also bring you the hydration station today. Our streaming partner, Flow, for bringing the action to you live. Our track and field sponsors, Grace Bay Pharmacy, Provo Water, Got You Covered, and One Island Media. And of course, a big thank you to our name and event sponsors, NW Hamilton Insurance, Flow, Rubis TCI, AL Services Limited, Olympia DMC, Grace Bay Resorts Foundation, and Gillis Enterprises. We couldn't have done this without you. This is more than just sports.
Check 1 2.
1 2 1 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just want to advise all coaches that all relays will be going to a finals. All relays, 1 minute please. All relays will be going to a final. So the next track event will be the mixed medley. The next track event will be the mixed medley, and that will be sorry, my mistake. Next event on the track, Ruby's TCI 400 meters. That's the next track event. Ruby's TCI 400 meters, as all relays will be finals, and that will be tomorrow. And after the Ruby's TCI 400 meters for 13 and under 7, 15 and under 17 and under 19 and under. That's the finals this afternoon. We will be having the mixed medley after. And after the mixed medley, we have the 100 meters invitational for men. 100 meters invitational for men coming up as well. The Caribbean mixed medley finals that will be also we're looking, and that looked like it will round off the afternoon for day 2, as all the 4x1 and 4x4 for the senior boys and girls will be going to a straight final. Nevertheless, we have some field events for the long jump, 19 and under male, discus junior male, also the javelin for the senior males, high jump for the 15 and under females, long jump for the 17 and under males, long jump for the 19 and under females, and discus for the senior males. All these field events is scheduled as time, and so be mindful of the field events. Just to be sure, to let you know that the TCI Ruby's 400 meters will start at 3 p.m. So coaches, please have your athletes to the call room in time, because we'd like to get that race started right on the hour of 3 p.m.
And just to remind you, Godfrey, that we also have the in boys high jump action going on right over here by and they are making their first attempt now at 1.7 meters. There are 4 competitors left in the event now, and they have all cleared 1.7. The competitors who are in the event, who remain in the event now, are Malik Peters of Raymond Gardner, Bradley Bernard, Clement Howell, Kiyomi Malcolm, Clement Howell, and Nelson Morrison, Raymond Gardner. Those are the 4 who remain in the event after 1.7 meters, and the bar is now being raised to 1.75 meters. So the action continues right here. Boys under 17 high jump. the high jump mark for Class 2 boys, the mark of 1.9 meters set in 2024 by Malik Evans of the Clement Howell High School. That is the standing mark to high 2 boys high jump of the Clement Howell High School. The current height, first attempt now, is 1.75 meters for competitors. Second attempt now for Kiyomi Malcolm at 1.75 meters.
My check, my check. I got a problem mistake.
Mic check. Check. One, two, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing. Check. Test.
I'm using that tomorrow. I'm using that tomorrow.
Check 1, 2. Crisp. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the attempt by Malik Peters at 1.78 meters. As the under 17 boys high jump continues. Bradley Bernard of the will now make his first attempt. Check, 1, 2. Testing. The athletes will now make their second attempt at 1.78 meters here in the under 17 boys high jump. Second attempt, Bradley will now make his second attempt at 1.78 meters. And the bar takes a tumble. The competitors will now make their third and final attempt at 1.7 meters. That was Peters making his final attempt at meters. Bradley Bernard of the Clement Howell High School will now make his third and final attempt at 1.78 meters. And he closes it. Bradley Bernard successful on his third attempt at 1.78 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Bernard has decided to attempt 1.80 at the under 17 boys high jump. Check. 1, 2. Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we first acknowledge the president. Check. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to pause to acknowledge the arrival and presence of Her Excellency, the Governor of these Turks and Caicos Islands, Her Excellency Delaney Daniel Selvaratnam, as well as the presence of the Deputy Governor, Her Excellency Ms. Anya Williams. Thank you so much. Please make welcome the Governor and the Deputy Governor. Thank you. Check. Good evening. Good evening. Movement. 2, 2.
I'm just trying. I just.
One, two, three, four. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for putting up with us for this lunch hour. And now we're back with business. And before we get into the track and field, we're going to have some of our officials say a few words to our athletes as they are here. And we want to be sure that they say hello to the athletes. Okay, so without further ado, I want to speak to the governor. She is here, and the deputy governor is here. We also have some ministers of government here and representatives. So we now have our governor who we can say a few words to our athletes here this afternoon.
Good afternoon, athletes. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Today is just as much about sportsmanship as it is about winning. And actually, a true athlete is the one who is there for their team. So as we move together and enjoy the sportsmanship out there, I'm really keen to see this teamship that we're seeing. We're very excited that the Commonwealth Games baton is going to be coming here in June. So I'm looking forward to seeing your designs, but also how some of our athletes today will be running the baton for us and being our future athletes at the Commonwealth Games. Best of luck to you all. Take care.
I want you to know that our governor is highly a sportsman. She always attend Commonwealth Games around the world wherever she goes. So great to see her at the Carifta Games and also at the Commonwealth Games coming up. Also, we had Deputy Governor Anya Williams. Can you please come and say a few words to our athletes here at the Turks and Caicos Islands? She got a beautiful shirt on. Oh wow, I love that shirt.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excuse my socks and shirt, but today is World Down Syndrome Day, so we're showing awareness, support for all our special Down syndrome homie with the chromies. That's what they call them. So we're showing support today. But today is a big day because we look forward every year to our inter-high and our inter-primary sports. And I know that everyone is out here representing. I want to congratulate all the athletes that made it thus far because I know you put in a lot of hard work in terms of your training and know that everyone today is a winner. If you don't come out today with the gold, the silver, or the bronze, keep on practicing, keep at it. And if we want to see performances throughout the course of the next 2 days because we know that some of you are we don't just want to go, we want to come back with medals. So do well, perform, and we will be here cheering you on.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anya Williams, our Deputy Governor. And also we have a few other representatives here as well. Mr. Ballet, Honorable Ballet, come your keys, come in. 1 minute. Check. Test 1, 2. Check. Good afternoon.
All right, let's get back to the same myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, just want to acknowledge the sponsors for our Inter-High Track and Field Championships. A huge thank you to our platinum sponsor. A huge thank you to our platinum sponsor, Inter-Caribbean Airways, the official Turks and Caicos Islands. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to acknowledge the Inter-High Track and Field Championships sponsors. A huge thank you to our platinum sponsor, Inter-Caribbean Airways, the official Turks and Caicos Islands sports airline partner, our gold sponsor, Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, our silver sponsors, Graceway Communities, who also bring you the hydration station today, our streaming partner, Flow, for bringing the action to you live, our track and field sponsors, Grace Bay Pharmacy, Provo Water, Got You Covered, and One Island Media. And of course, big thank you to our name and event sponsors, NW Hamilton Insurance, Flow, Rubis TCI, AL Services Limited, Olympia DMC, Grace Bay Resorts Foundation, and Gillis Enterprises. We couldn't have done this without you. This is more than just sports.
Audio check 1 2 1 2. Audio check 1 2 1 2. Audio check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our mics are now back in action. And so we are also back in action. Look like we are marshalling out some senior boys. And it looks like senior boys for probably javelin, I would say. I'll go and find out, but they are being marshaled out, and it's field events. As we said earlier, all the 4x4 will be going to a straight finals. The mixed medley 4x1, sorry, all the 4x1, and that's the Grace Bay Resort Foundation 4x1 relays. They're all going to a straight final. Also the mixed medley. The mixed medley as well as the Inter-Caribbean Airways mixed medley is also going to a straight final. The 4x1, that's the Grace Bay 4x1 Resorts Foundation. That will be run tomorrow, and later on this afternoon, the Inter-Caribbean Airways mixed medley will be run later on this afternoon around the hour of 5:10. Coming up on the track will be the Ruby's TCI 400 meters for all classes, and that'll be under 13, under 15, under 17, and under 19. That'll be on the track, and that'll be closer to the hour of 3. In the meantime, we look like we're going to have some discus throwing for our males, senior boys. Look like that is coming up as well. The long jump for the 19 and under females, that is also coming up. Also, we have the long jump for the 17 and under male as well to come. High jump for the 15 and under females, and the javelin for the senior males to come. These are field events to come. So sit back and relax as we are getting ready for the 400 meters. That's the Ruby's TCI 400 meters. That is coming up not too long from now. We had a wonderful day yesterday here at the National Stadium. It ended on the highlights of the 100 meters, and it was quite exciting. And persons around the Turks and Caicos is also calling in and talking about their pleasure, the enjoyment of the event for yesterday. So today is no different. We're also having a magnificent day. The sun is out. We have a little bit of breeze blowing across the stadium. We see a crowd sitting up there. It's getting bigger and bigger as the afternoon go along. In the meantime, we just want to take a little bit of time to say thank you to all our officials. But I'll say good afternoon to you and thank you for coming out and volunteering your time with our athletes. It means a lot to us, it means a lot to them. To make sure that these races is being controlled and done in the right manner. We also want to say a big thank you to the police and the regiment. They are here this afternoon, making sure that law and order is high on our list and making sure all of us is safe. So big thank you to the police department and the regiment for being here, keeping everything safe. Also, you want to say a big thank you to the Red Cross. We can't talk enough about them. They're the ones who take care of our athletes, and I got to say thank you to you for always being there for us whenever we have any event here in Providenciales or across the Turks and Caicos Islands. We also want to say a big thank you to you, the fans in the stands. Good afternoon to you. We are in the almost mid-afternoon. I see you still have your umbrellas out there. We have one other prize to come, and I will tell you that question is going to be kind of one to think about. I have that one ready for you, so be ready for that prize. And it's going to be a kind of interesting prize for you this afternoon. Also want to say a big good afternoon to our governor. She is here. She say a few words of encouragement to you, and also our deputy governor as well. And they are here enjoying themselves, watching you, the athletes, and making sure cheering you on. Also, we have a few other officials here from the government. Some of them are left to go, and yes, you know, it's budget time, and they'll be back. And when they do come back, I will have them say a word of encouragement to you. We want to say good afternoon to Ms. Edie Skippins, the president of the TC3As, here this afternoon, and her and her General Secretary, Ms. Rosalie Hall, and the rest of the executive body for the TC3As as well. We want to say good afternoon to Mr. Jared Forbes. Mr. Jared Forbes is the person, the director of sports here in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Parker, who's his deputy, and also their team. They are doing an outstanding job with the TC3As with this meet. I want to say thank you, Mr. Forbes, and your team for hosting this event. I'll say good afternoon to the commentators on the side of me here. You have good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Godfrey. I fully endorse everything that you have said so far. And as you pointed out, the excellent weather that we're having, we just say to those who may be home watching on television or listening on by way of some other device, we just want to, if you're close by, invite you to come down to the track side, come down to the stadium. It promises to be an excellent afternoon of track and field activity. And tomorrow promises to be the same. So if you are able to make it, please come on down and experience live track and field action right here. It is Inter-High School Track and Field Championships 2025, Godfrey, and it's explosive, exciting, and you need to be here.
Yes, Godfrey. I just want to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and all the spectators who are here to make the Inter-High School Championships a success. Special thank you as well to our coaches and, of course, all the officials who are here to make it a possibility. The athletes, they are doing a tremendous job. And, of course, I just want to acknowledge the Almighty God for giving us a great climate or weather for today so that all of us can come out and enjoy today's activities. And I just want to say that tomorrow we will continue when we'll culminate all the days at, well, the Inter-High Championships right here at the National Stadium. So welcome one, welcome all, and thank you for being here with us.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, we want to say a big thank you to our photo finish people here. Oh my God, you know, without this, we would be struggling with these close finishes. So we want to say thank you to our photo finish person here who are making sure that we get it right. Because there was a few races that we had and they were closely finished. Some on side by side, so thank you. We also want to say a big thank you to all the persons who are there helping with the medal presentation. It's a joy when we can give medals to our first, second, and third place. And also, we want to say a big thank you to all the athletes taking part, all of our athletes, because you know what, they go out there and they put the all in all to it throughout the year. So that means that we got to say thank you to them. And yes, from the Commonwealth Games Association, that's what make me look good, because at the end of the day, when these athletes do well, you know, it makes me proud when I can be on that world stage with Turks and Caicos Islands athletes, and they are doing quite well. Also, I just want to say that I do have a question. It's not coming right at the moment, but this question, you're going to have to really think about it. You got to really think about it. It's simple. It happens right here. It happened right here at the track. But, you know, when things are right before your eyes and you laugh and talk about it, sometimes you forget all about it. But I'm going to give that question to you, and, you know, it's going to be a nice prize with it as well. That's going to come later on in the afternoon, so I hope you are prepared. And if you can answer, you can have to come to the mic to answer, not no longer in the stands, because it's going to be a very interesting question to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit back. Oh, sorry, before I leave, I want to say special thanks to our Sports Watch team up there in the booth, and also the team of the Sports Commission, who are carrying this live across all social media throughout the world. Say thank you guys up there, and guys, you're bringing this live throughout the Turks and Caicos Islands. And I want to say good afternoon to everyone out in throughout the islands of Turks and Caicos Islands, you know, from Salt Key to West Caicos, as you call in and you always give your comments, and we thank you for it as you all listen attentively on the radio. You want to hear what's going on with your various athletes and your children. So thank you for listening in and making this 2025 high school track and field meet one to be remembered. So good afternoon to you, and we will come back not long from now with the 400 meters. That's the Ruby's TCI 400 meters finals.
All right, all right. We are about to have the mascot race, and I'm sure all of us are looking forward to this race. We will now invite the mascots to come right on down as you make your way onto this track and create some more excitement right here at the National Stadium. I am looking forward to this excitement, and I'm sure you too are looking forward to it as well. So in just a moment, stay tuned. You will see the mascot race, all right?
Thank you, Ms. McEwen. Thank you so much. At this time, we would also like to acknowledge the under-19 girls long jump that is going on right now on the infield. We have 4 competitors. We have Dassy Lacoste of the Clement Howell High School. Give a cheer for your athletes, guys. Next up, we have Miss Diana Charles, also of the Clement Howell High School. We also have Miss Brennan Delancey of the H.J. Robinson High School. And our next competitor is Miss Adisha Gustav of the Wesley Methodist. So long jump action going on now for the under-19 girls. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Cheer them on. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just was brought to my attention that we can do a mascot race. So the mascots that is for the various schools is going to be running. That's what I understood. So we're trying to put that together. So if you want a little bit of laughter, that is a little, because there's a lot of laughter there. The mascot coming, you know how they sometimes fall down, roll over, turn, tumble. So we're going to see if they're going to put this together and have this before the 400 meters. So just sit back and relax, and let's see if these mascots will do their thing.
4.29, first attempt by Darcy Lacoste, Clement Howell. That's under 19 girls long jump action. Next up we have Miss Diana Charles. 3.60 for Diana Charles, first attempt, Clement Howell High School.
I was seeing that like yesterday, you know.
3.89 for Brennan Delancey, H.J. Robinson High School. .38 for Adisha Gustav, Wesley Methodist. 3.38, first attempt, girls under 19 long jump. The athletes will now make their second attempt. Four meters for Darcy Lacoste of Clement Howell High School on her second attempt. 4 meters for Diana Charles, second attempt, 4 meters flat. A leap of 4.12 meters for Bernard Delancey of the H.J. Robinson High School.
I'm taking the time out to acknowledge our sponsors for making the Inter-High Track and Field Championships a success. Your support is the driving force behind this event. A huge thank you to our platinum sponsor, Inter-Caribbean Airways, the official TCISS airline partner. Our gold sponsor, Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited. Our silver sponsors, Graceway Communities, who also bring you the hydration station today. Our streaming partner, Flow, for bringing the action to you live. Our track and field sponsors, Grace Bay Pharmacy, Provo Water, Got You Covered, and One Island Media. And of course, a big thank you to our name and event sponsors, NW Hamilton Insurance, Flow, Rubis TCI, AL Services Limited, Olympia DMC, Grace Bay Resorts Foundation, and Gillis Enterprises. We couldn't have done this without you. This is more than just sports. 4.16 meters for Daisy Lacoste of the Clement Howell High School on her third attempt. .83 for Diana Charles on her third attempt. 3.83 for Diana Charles of the Clement Howell High School on her third attempt. Third attempt now for Bernard
ladies and gentlemen,
of the H.J. Robinson High School. Third and final
ladies
attempt.
and gentlemen, the Mascot race. Can you please come to the 50? You want to do 100 or 50? The 100 meter, they're down by the 100-meter line, so I guess starting.
Okay, the HJ guard. They really want to
So that is the Eagles, H.J. Robinson.
No, Eagles of Plymouth. Eagles of Plymouth.
Okay, we have the Eagle from Clement Howell High School. We're looking for the mascot for Stallions. He's on track. Yes, the Stallions right there. And they're gonna do a 100-meter dash. Someone is gonna have to do a start for them.
3.85 for
Jermaine, or anyway, someone have to do a start.
a leap of 3.85 for Brennan Delancey of the H.J. Robinson High School on her third and final attempt. Adisha Gustav of the Wesley Methodist will now make her third and final leap.
Anyway, we have the starter, Mr. Jermaine Fulford. He is going down there. You are questioning the one. I don't know. These mascots know what they can do. So it looks like they are now coming to the 50-meter line.
3.60 Godfrey for Adisha Gustav of the Wesley Methodist on her third and final leap.
Okay, what a jump for her. We're getting close to the hour of the 400 meters for the Ruby's TCI 400 meters. We're getting close to that hour. But just before that, we will do the mascot run. And you have the Clement Howell Eagles and H.J. Robinson Stallions. Yeah, coming from the 50-meter line.
We have just concluded the under-19 girls long jump. And they will be lined up now in the order in which they are their placings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, take your phones out and you can record this. This is history. Take your phones out and you can record this. This is the mascot run for the Eagles from the Clement Howell High School, and he is asking you to cheer him on. And also we got the Stallions from the H.J. Robinson 50-meter dash. And we about to get started. Take your phones out and record this.
Godfrey, do you see the winner?
Not at all.
Not at all. All right.
Here they come down the track. Here they come down the track. Oh, watch this mascot. They're coming down the track. Here it is. H.J. Robinson Stallions coming out on top. Oh, I tell you, they sure did run.
Stellar run.
And you recorded, right? She got the now you have to send that to me. Yes, that's the mascot. So for the Eagles from the Clement Howell High School and Stallions from the H.J. Robinson High School. Okay, and we are not too long from now to the hour of the 3 o'clock for the 400 Ruby's TCI 400 meters. That will be martial out shortly, and that will be the final, so we can get that one started. Hereafter we have the medley for the females and the males. Also, that'll be a final as well. Give me some music.
So for those of you who are just coming, we have the coming up shortly. We have the 13 and under girls 400 meters, 15 and under girls 400 meters, 17 and under girls 400 meters, 19 and under girls 400 meters. We also have the 400 meters for the boys, 13 and under, 15 and under, 17 and under, and 19 and under. So we're looking forward to those events later on. Right, Godfrey?
Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the senior boys discus going on at this moment. They are making their third attempt now. Six recorded now for Anthony Aracena of the Lewis Garland A. Lewis Thomas High School.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we at that hour now, and can we have the names called for the girls for the Rubies TCI 400 meters 13 and under? Can we have those names for the lane assignment?
The lane assignments for the Rubies 13 and under girls 400 meters. They are as follows. In lane 1, we have Yud Carlene Jean Baptiste, number 256 from the Raymond Gardner High. In lane 2 is Fedline Miracles, number 116 from the Elite School System. In lane 3 is Asia Williams, number 156 from the H.J. Robinson High. In lane 4 is Naisha Petit, number 27 from the A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. In lane 5, Amia Williams, number 155 from the H.J. Robinson High. In lane 6 is Daphne Josephs, number 18 for the A. Louise Garland Thomas High. In lane 7 is Lori K. Ewan, number 187 from the Marjorie Baisden High. And in lane 8 is Juliet Zayden Jones, wearing number 239 for the Provo Middle School. These are the lane assignments for the 13 and under girls 400 meters, courtesy of course, Rubis TCI.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was the lane assignments for the Ruby's TCI 400 meters for girls 13 and under. This is the final. And as we wait on the finish line and the starting blocks, we will have this one on the way. The ladies are on track. The girls are on track. And we're ready to go as we promised on the hour. And we are ready to go. So shortly thereafter, we will do a presentation for the Mascot race just being ran. But we are just going to get this race on the go right now.
I got 18.53 recorded now by Malik Bremer of the A. Louis Garland Thomas High School. As the ball discuss continues, they are making
can we have the medal presenters? Can we have the medal presenters please come to the finish line area, please? The medal presenters. We are now just waiting on the finish line area to get this Ruby's TCI 400 meters started. These are girls 13 and under. The finals for the Ruby's TCI 400 meters. The percentage for the medals, we ask you to please come to the technical room area, please. As soon as we get ready for this race, we will let you know. Okay, so we just gonna let the plane, the aircraft go by. Still waiting on the finish line area. Yeah. Just give us a minute. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now we're gonna be doing our Ruby's 400 finals. And you're going to be for the under 13, under 15, under 17, and under 19. Under 13 is on track. As soon as the officials are ready, we'll have this race run. But lane 1, we have Raymond Gardner High School. Lane number 2, we have Elite High School. Continue.
Lane 3, we have H.J. Robinson High. In lane 4, Naisha Petit from the A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. In lane 5 is Amir Williams from H.J. Robinson. In lane 6, Daphne Joseph from A. Louise Garland Thomas High. In lane 7, Loiki Ewan from Marjorie Basin High. And in lane 8 is Juliet Zayden Jones from Provo Middle School.
And that's the lane assignments for the Ruby's TCI 400 meters, girls 13 and under. We have some field events going on at the moment. That look like shot put for the girls. And they are about to get started on the right side of the field. And now we are ready. We have white flags at the finish line. Can you please be quiet for the start as we are using a mic? Please be quiet for the start.
And they are from Ruby's TCI 400 meter finals.
So we're back here now for the second session, the afternoon session for day number 2 of the Turks and Caicos Islands Inter-High School Championships. The mixed 4x4 relay is on the track now.
And I think that's Margie Basin out in the front.
Rather,
currently.
This is the 400 meter semifinals.
HJ is closing in and taking over.
So it seems to be a change in the schedule, and now we have the 400 meters, the girls. This is a tight battle here between the Hawks and HJ
and the Stallions.
So the 13 and under girls 400 meter dash. This event, of course, sponsored by Ruby's TCI, and a good win for A. Louise Garland Thomas, and they get a 1-3 finish there.
Is that the 13 and under?
Here's a look at it again. That's Nisha Petit coming through there to get the gold medal ahead of Amaya Williams. And there's a look at it again. And that's a good finish there to get the gold medal. She'll walk away with another one, Nisha Petit, after a good performance that she had yesterday to actually get to the final.
Yes.
And again, she secured her spot. Here's a look at it again from this angle. You can see just a little bit fading away was Williams right behind, trying to catch. She was trying to push to catch the leader, but she just could not get there. And yeah, she had to settle for the silver medal. And of course, the 1-3, as I said, a good finish for Louise Gardner Thomas, and that bronze medal going.
So we are lining up right now for the 400 meters
for the under 13 boys, 13 and under boys. Daphne Josh Josephs. Yeah, so now we move on to the boys 13 and under, the boys equivalent. And a couple familiar names in this race. Rose Cox, he's in lane number 4, so you want to watch out for him. Adrian Malbranche, his teammate as well, right next to him. And Jonathan Malabert, of course, Malabert of Precious Treasures, you want to look at him as well. But the middle of the race, the middle of the track, Cox, Malbranche, Wilson, Aloise Garland, and H.J. Robinson. And yes, so the mascot race, they are getting their awards now.
They also they don't know they just the mascot. They just are not here to compete. But nevertheless we let them perform for you, and we also give them a medal. So right on track now we have the Rubis TCI finals 413 and under. Go on track.
Yeah. So there actually was a mascots race, 50 meters, Leo.
Right.
And it was quite keenly contested.
And well, the Stallions came
the Eagles, huh?
Right? I wonder if that's foretelling. Let's see.
Well, the Eagles were flying until the Stallions started to gallop.
Maybe it's a sign into the future.
Who knows?
Right? Because right now the Hawks are soaring, but the Stallions are right there.
Yeah. Anyways, let's take a look at the start list for this final. Jonathan Malabry from Precious Treasures, he's in lane 1. Justin Corville in lane 2. Raymond Gardner. Xavier Gardner in lane number 3 from H.J. Robinson. Rose Cox, lane number 4. Louise Garland Thomas. Adrian Malbranche, his teammate, he's in lane 5. Makai Wilson of H.J. Robinson in lane 6. Nehemiah Joseph of Marjorie Baisden, lane 7. And running out the field, Derek Louise of Provo Middle School. That's how they line up for this 13 and under boys Rubis 400 meter final. As we said, the middle of the track, lanes 4 to 6, that's where the race is going to be.
Definite.
But I don't want us to count out lane 3, Xavier Gardner. He has a time of 1 minute 2.31 seconds, which is actually faster than Makai Wilson's 1 minute 3.53.
He's definitely someone to watch out for.
But I think that race between Cox and Malbranche, only literally 4 thousandths of a second.
So that might come right down to the photo finish.
So you have to watch this race very keenly to see how it goes. They're on the starter's orders.
Watch out from that power from Cox. Very powerful sprinter.
And maybe that's the stand. Remember, I want to grow on that point a little bit, that we did remember speaking about Cox's flat-footedness a bit.
Yes.
So we'll see if he changes that technique, if it was more of a relaxed race, so he was using that technique, whereas this race, he'll have to be more powerful. That was a 200 earlier today. A lot of these athletes, actually the 3 that we have as the favorites, ran this morning in the 200.
So the runners are in the blocks. And they're
Off they go. First time of asking. A clean start. And already they're making up the start in the middle of the field. That's Rose Cox and Deja Malbranch, the two A. Louis Garden Thomas High School boys. This race is going to be tight between them right now. It looks as if Cox is having a slight edge over his teammate Malbranch as they go down the back stretch and trotting. Now they're up round and about the 200-meter mark. Now he's making his move. Malbranch trying to push away from Cox. Here's Cox now making his move. Here's Malbranch now. Seems he's fading away while Cox is getting stronger into the straightaway they go. 100 meters left in this race. It is all Deja and Malbranch. Malbranch, he's picked up some speed. Malbranch and passing Wilson, passing Cox. Malbranch, Cox is trying to get that late end. But Malbranch holds on.
1-2 finish.
Marjorie Basin coming in for third place. That's Nehemiah Joseph. But it's all about Deja and Malbranch, who came through big time for his school after a good start from Rose Cox, what we're not usually accustomed to seeing from him. But here's a look at that strong finish again from Deja and Malbranch. A late surge from Cox as we expected.
Yes, with that power.
But Malbranch doing just enough to complete the quinella on top.
I wonder if he would have had a different result hadn't Cox participated in the 200 meters.
But I mean, Malbranch was in the 200 meters as well.
He was.
So,
okay.
I guess. But you're right, maybe we would have. But Cox, of course, he changed up his game plan a little bit. He was very strong
Yeah, he came out strong. Yeah.
And just eased up a bit on the back stretch and then lost a little bit of gas. And then now back. We did see that up in speed at the end, that power coming in at the end.
Definite.
But not enough to pass Malbranch. So a good race to finish. So quickly we're moving on to the girls 15 and under in this same event. Let me take you through the starting list right now from lane number 8. A full field. Olivia Nags of British West Indies Collegiate. Amoy Senior of British West Indies Collegiate as well. She's in lane 7. And Drika Leonard of A. Louis Garden Thomas High School. Edna Janti, we saw her won a race earlier, the 200 meters. She's back now. H.J. Robinson, she represents. Tanier Gardner, you want to watch out for her. The fastest in the field with a minute 3.16 seconds. A. Louise Garland. And Marjorie Baisden, Irencia Moline, she's in that race. In lane number 2, Maria Estrada of H.J. Robinson and Laurenisha Bastien. In lane number 1, Marjorie Baisden.
Who's the favorite in this one?
It has to be Tanier Gardner. But you want to watch out for Ginty. Gardner Ginty have run already this morning the 200 meters.
And she has that speed, that ending speed.
Correct. All the others seem to be a bit fresher. So this race should be keenly contested. But of course, the talent with these two in the middle of the field, lanes 4 and 5, Gardner and Janti.
Yeah, so we're looking, based on the times, we're looking for both of them to get out very quickly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Although Gardner is the favorite, watch out for Janti on that last 100 meters.
Absolutely. We did see how strong a finisher she is in the 200.
Yes.
That's a half lap. So now she has a full complement of meters to cover. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it is a harder race, but the fact that she can get stronger at that point says a lot.
Definitely.
Oh man, I wish our viewers could hear just how hilarious our producer is. And she's making this broadcast fun. And they are as well. So thank you so much for joining us. You're on the starter's orders.
All right. Have a false start?
Yeah, not sure what happened there. I didn't see any false start.
It looked like they were down.
but the athlete in lane number 1 did not move. Lane 8 seems to be the culprit.
Have you seen any cards?
No cards. It's a green flag now, yeah. So the athlete in lane 8, Olivia Nikes of Bewick, is okay. A green card is shown to the field, so no penalty. And yeah, like I could not pick up any faults there at the start, but the race was called back for some reason. Anyways, no penalties, good to go. Green flag.
Athletes are down.
Clean start this time, and it was a good start in lane 4 by Tania Gardner. Already closing down on
yeah, she's out of there.
Enrica Leonard, and she's going strongly. Already passing Jonty as well. The athlete there in lane number 2, Estrella Maria. She has a good race so far as well. But Irene Moline from Bewick is trying her best to keep up with the front. But Tania Gardner in the final 150, there isn't any catching her. She looks comfortable as they come into the straightaway. It is all about Gardner. Gardner, who came in with the fastest time, is stamping her authority with about 50 meters to go.
She's going.
And I'm pretty sure she's going to secure the gold medal, and she does so right about now. Followed by
race.
Edna Jointe. And coming in for third there, it looks like the athlete, Amoy Senior, rather Irene Sia Moreline of
I would like to see her time, man.
Marjorie Baisden getting a bronze medal. Miss Tania Gardner as well. She looking very comfortable to get that gold medal. She was already closing out from the start. Jonty coming in for the silver medal, and of course securing the bronze. Moline. And yes, a really good finish there. Strong run by Gardner. She's a class above the rest.
Definite. Something is in their genes, clearly.
Yeah.
Her and her sister.
Her older sister that we made reference to, Tunisia. She is. So they're actually 4 of them. One, Haley's in primary school. She will be competing. She's expected to compete
in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks at the primary school championships. And Ashley, another sister of Tunisia, the oldest, she's the second oldest, and Tunisia the oldest. She's competing as well.
That's amazing.
A big athlete in Jamaica. So you'll definitely see her.
It's in the blood.
At the Curfta Games. And well, we are trying to see if she'll get to Curfta.
She can make it.
Yeah. And what's funny enough is Tamir just ran past our booth after winning that race. And she looks very comfortable actually. And she looks that she's getting herself ready. More than likely she'll be participating in the relay
later on this evening.
So we'll see her a bit later. So the Hawks having 2 golds so far in the girls division, the 13 and under girls and the 15 and under girls. So they've swept those to the junior categories. And the Hawks, Leo, are soaring. They're flying high.
I'm telling you.
I don't think
that's expected. A little. Yeah, I expected some surge today.
It'll be interesting to see how the medal table looks at this moment. They did come in with 7 goals. The most goals of their 17 medals in total. They were leading the table. I'm sure that they have extended that.
Oh, for sure.
And H.J. Robinson, who is yet to win a gold medal for today, they had just 5 medals less accumulatively than their rivals. I guess it's safe to call them rivals now.
Definitely.
So they are rivals. And it has been pretty good so far. So now we turn our attention to the boys equivalent. 15 and under boys 400 meter dash final coming up. Let's give it a start list quickly. Howard Mendez Ruiz of Elite School in lane number 1. That's bottom of the screen. Schneider registry of H.J. Robinson in lane 2. Herwins Courier in lane 3. Kwame Smith 4. Hayden Ledger 5. Lucas Otin 6. Taekwon Williams 7. And Alejandro Susana Dalby of Elite in lane 8. Their understart orders the fastest time coming in 58.545. That's Kwame Smith in lane number 4. Off they go. Clement Howell, a good start for Ledger of A. Louise Garland. And the 2 boys from A. Louise Garland,
watch them get out there.
Gourier and Ledger are out like a light. Gourier has shot back a bit. But look at Herwins Gourier. Comfortable coming into the straightaway.
Great form.
About 150 meters ago now, he has distanced himself from the rest of the competition and he's pouring down. I'm sure he'll look to go faster the last 50, but he's being egged on, and there's no doubt that he'll walk away with this gold medal. Herwins Gourier. That's a classy performance. Stamping his authority. Who is going to get the silver medal? It looks like Kwame Smith
from Clement Howell.
So the 1-3 finish. Gourier, Smith, Ledger, just as they lined up, they finished. Here's a look at it again. Herwins, Gourier, comfortable, not pushing, and yeah, no doubt, just easing all the way down, shutting it off, getting the gold medal. Well, what I would love to see though is him powering through the line. It is a final after all. It is a final. But I guess he's trying to conserve energy because he will be back later for the relays.
Yeah, so you do have the relays coming on.
So yeah, that's a good finish, Leo.
Definitely. Well, this dominance is clearly continuing for A. Louise. Same as yesterday. But yesterday we saw in the later afternoon the emergence of H.J. Robinson, and maybe we might see a repeat of that today.
Who knows?
Who knows?
We're not ruling that out at all. So, Herwins, as you know, Long Bay Middle School.
Yes.
So he'll be moving on to, well, I've been corrected by my producer, so it is Long Bay High School.
Long Bay High School,
as they know him. And yeah, but it is his last year at Long Bay Herwins Courier, so it'd be interesting to see where he moves on.
Right, because he would have options in Provo.
Yeah,
he would have options down here. Can go become an Eagle or Stingray at Wesley Methodist. Who knows?
Well, his options are clear.
Or even come to Sulcaicus to join the Knights. You know, Sulcaicus is open for business, so. Small classrooms. I'm recruiting right now. Small classrooms, more intimate learning, walkable distance to school, so you don't have to burn a lot of gas. I'm just saying, Sulcaicus is a place to be.
Well, you've heard it here, folks. You've heard it here. I'm sure those on our stream who are South Caicos natives will be very, very happy for that.
I'm telling you. I must say also, while I'm on here, that Marjorie Basin, I think, has a school population of less than 120 students. So a lot of these schools in Provo have an overcrowding problem. So given that St. Cacus has a major airport, hotel open up recently in Saltero, there's an opportunity for persons to move back to St. Cacus and bring their children down there, so for a better learning environment and experience. So I'm recruiting, but then there's also a benefit at the end of this.
Yeah. Right now, I am partaking in a snow cone.
Okay.
I am very. Trust me, I know that I'm here for this event, but I am trying to get this snow cone since yesterday.
It's such a pretty snow cone with your pineapple.
I like this.
Really
I'm trying to get the full tourist experience. And this is phenomenal.
How is it?
This is quite creative. We have snow cones in Barbados, but they're not served like this. They're not served like this. This is a normal cup. This is marketing genius. Wow.
Shout out the vendor who's doing this.
The concession is phenomenal here, so if you want to get a snow cone like I am, you know where to come. And
it goes well with your shirt.
There you go. This one is a little lighter, but it matches yellow and yellow. So this is the yellow of the Barbados flag, and this is the gold of the Jamaican flag. So I'm represented all around.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm in Turks and Caicos.
I love it.
Yeah. So
I'm happy you're enjoying yourself.
Absolutely.
And really taking in a lot of our cultural traditions right now.
As I told
you been to the
earlier,
fish fry last night?
Yes, I went to the fish fry.
How was that?
I missed the John Canoe band, but that's okay.
Okay, next
I'll
time.
see them some other time. I saw the North Caicos Stars. Saw them. Excellent band.
Nice.
So yeah, and they were in the opening ceremony. So I am getting the full experience.
I love it.
The full experience.
Once you catch a fish fry, I love that.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see how many stalls and the variety of those stalls that are available at the fish fry. I was able to. I did try a local rum. I know this is a school event, but I did try your local rum.
Disclaimer.
Yeah, 18 plus, so drink responsibly.
Yes.
So I won't go too much into that. But yeah, there's a plethora of things that, of course, are available for tourists, and I understand why it is such a hit here. Unfortunately, though, I am allergic to shellfish, so I wasn't able to try any. But
okay,
I'll give the conch a try.
You gotta get an EpiPen. I think the producer needs to get an EpiPen for you, so you can just press a little dabble of it.
Yes. So she will accompany me, so that if anything happens, she can take care of me.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are gearing up for another 400-meter race.
That's right. The boys 17 and under. Well, the girls 17 and under. They're on the track now. The girls 17 and under. And X will shortly go through the start list. Let's start. Yeah, I definitely gotta say though to the ones that come, thank you so much for joining us, and we see your interactions. We do see your interactions, so yes, just keep them coming and ensure that you stay locked on to TCI Sports Commission pages, and yeah, which obviously is powered the Inter-High School Championships Platinum sponsor, Inter-Caribbean Airways, the official TCI SS airline partner. And of course, you can't leave out our gold sponsor, Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, and our streaming partner. Who's our streaming partner?
That's Flow TCI. Yeah. Yes. And also like to shout out our track and field sponsors, Grace Bay Pharmacy, Provo Water, got you covered in One Island Media.
All right. So the girls, 17 and under, 400-meter dash final. Brought to you by Rubis. Sarah, Bob, Simmons, Benjamin, Wilson, Lewis, and Revere. Off they go. Lane 2 is empty. That's Tamay Lewis. She is, that's Alicia Bob. She's not there. This race here looks as if it would be going to Beverly Benjamin, who has the lead currently. There she is, the power runner in the middle of the track. A slight lead ahead of her teammate, Janique Wilson. Wilson now leading, but Benjamin is gaining.
Here comes the Eagles.
Benjamin is gaining a bit as we go into the final 150. Lanes 3 and 4. 4 and 5. Benjamin gaining on Wilson. Benjamin now takes over. Here's Wilson trying to fight back, but Benjamin is going to hold her off. Beverly Benjamin trying to move forward, but look at the lane surge from Janique Wilson, and she doesn't have enough.
Holding on.
She doesn't have enough, and Beverly Benjamin, her teammate, will bring home, lead the Quinella for Clement Howell High School.
I love the swagger. I love the swagger. Nice shades. I love it, Eagles. I love it. The Eagles are soaring.
They are. After losing the Mascots race, they just had to show some retribution.
I'm telling you.
And yeah, that's a really good run by Benjamin. A late surge from her, and Wilson did try at the end, but she just could not hold on. Yeah. She tried. Here is the effort, and then she gave up.
Yeah, she gave up.
You can have it. But if she just locked in a little bit longer,
I believe she could have taken it.
Probably could have taken it. Yeah. But nonetheless, Benjamin, the cool, collective, calm athlete she is. Yeah.
And she has that power. We saw that last night at the 100 meters.
Exactly. Here's another look at it.
But she also shown today she got endurance.
Absolutely. And that's important. So that's what she's making herself, or showing herself as a complete athlete.
Definite.
So the boys will line up now. Shortly we'll give you the lineup.
I'm excited for this one here.
Yeah? Who's your pick?
I'm going with Potensky.
Okay.
He has that Usain Bolt 400-meter frame. And he's also the MVP of the recent basketball, inter-high school basketball championship. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he runs this race. He had a very strong heats, and I'm looking forward to see what he does in the finals.
Well, I'm sure Wesley Methodist will be cheering him on as he runs from lane number 3. So let's go through the starting lineup, starting from the top of the screen in lane number 8. Nerabins Barron of Clement Howell High School. Iverson Raphael in lane 7 of Wesley Methodist. Ronald Road of H.J. Robinson in lane 6. Jackinson St. Just of Miranda Academy in lane number 5. Traheem Saunders, Clement Howell High School, lane 4. Potensky Doomsley of Wesley Methodist in lane number 3. The obvious favorite, of course, despite not coming in with the fastest time, H.J. Robinson, Delinson, Jean in lane 2, and Jamari Parker of Raymond Gardner in lane 1 on the inside. So the fastest time coming in, Traheem Saunders, Clement Howell High School, 55.15, but let's not read too much into that because the races were different at the preliminary stage. Potensky in lane 3, he came in at 55.74, but can go faster.
You say the faster time is
55.18. So that's Traheem Saunders in lane 4.
Wesley Methodist.
Clement Howell.
Clement Howell, actually.
Yeah. 55.40, the closest time to him. That's his second fastest time. St. Just in in lane 5. So that's where the race is going to be, between 3 and 5. So 3, 4, and 5. That's where the race is going to be. So again, this one's going to come down to the start.
Definite.
Remember, it's a full lap. So even with a bad start, though, you can recover.
Oh yeah.
400 meters to cover.
It's all about strategy with the 400 meters. I think we can predict kind of what A. Louis' strategy will be based on how they've ran all their races today.
Absolutely. Get out hard and relax. So the starter will take over instructions.
The runners are down.
Yeah, some more technical issues here. It seems as the
gun,
starting gun, yeah, is jammed. Oh my goodness, Nadina. My producer is actually very, very, very locked into this event, and I really appreciate it. She's showing her love.
And this happens.
Yeah,
this happens a lot.
Yeah. We did see this a few times at the Carifta Games last year.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does happen.
It does happen.
It does happen. So.
Just want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsor, Rubis, of this 400 meters finals.
Well, the athletes did fuel up for this event.
Yeah, they had a good rest.
Yeah. They fueled up with some food and some hydration. You know, the good thing about where we're stationed as the athletes go on their marks, I'll make that point after this race. And the starter's orders.
Runners are down.
Off they go, and it's a clean start for everyone. The first time of asking, and already out like a light, you can see in lane number 6. That's a Ronald roll of H.J. Robinson. That's the Wesley Methodist athlete in Iverson Raphael. But in the middle of the field, from Clement Hall, that's Traheem Saunders. Coming into the straightaway with about 120 to go. Clement Howell High School have a pretty much hold on this one, but look at Potenski.
I told you.
Potenski Doolsey passing Saunders.
I told you.
A strong finish from the Wesley Methodist athlete. He looks back and now he right on the line. It looks as if St. Joseph of Marantha Academy picked Saunders for second place, but there's no debate about the winner. Potenski Doomsday. Second going to Jackinson St. Joseph of Marantha Academy, and third Shaheem Saunders, who caught him right on the line. There's Potensky, was actually looking around the basketballer to find his competition. He secured the goal, and then right behind him, Saunders. Look out, Jackinson coming forward. St. Just stealing away that silver medal from Saunders. Here's another look at it. You can see him fading away, Saunders, trying to catch Potensky Doomsley, and then he got pooped on the line.
The LVP delivered another phenomenal performance.
So, again, Potensky Doomsley first. Jackinson St. Just getting the silver medal there at the last minute, the last second. And then Shaheem Saunders. Here's a look at it again. Potensky
right at the line.
Right at the line. That's why it's important to run through. St. Just upgrading from what looked like a bronze to immediately a silver.
I told you to watch out for Potensky in that long stride, and I knew it was going to come through. And it's kind of like how the basketball championships went as well, you know. It was the Eagles versus the Wesley Stingrays in the finals, and the Wesley Stingrays came out with it, led by Potensky, and, you know.
And the MVP again showing that he is the boss.
Built for the moment.
So, 4 athletes in this race. This is the big girls, the senior girls, 19 and under, of course. 4 athletes in this race. From the top of your screen in lane number 6 is Franny Estrella. We saw her earlier in the 200 meters. She's representing H.J. Robinson. In lane number 5, Jaylishan Wilson, Clement Howell as well as Daisy Lacoste in lane 4, and in lane 3, Ben Shanice Timoney of Elite. 19 and under girls, Rubis 400-meter final is on the line.
There's only one athlete who won medal in this race.
Oh, and I'm sure that none of them will want to be the athlete leaving empty-handed. There is a Clement Howell duo in the middle of the track, lanes 4 and 5. That's Lacoste and Wilson. Wilson, of course, we saw her win yesterday in the 100 meters last night. So she's doubling up.
Which lane is she running?
She's in lane number 5.
Number 5.
So can Clement Howell High School do the double in the girls senior? Do the double Quinella?
It could.
Girls senior.
It could. They could potentially do it. Another powerful runner from Clement Howell as well, I may add.
And they're still trying to get hydrated right before this race. And in good sportsmanship, they're sharing. It's good sportsmanship. And they got Race Week Communities, thank you so much. Our hydration sponsor. It seems everything is sponsored in TCI. I like that.
Yes, I love the community support. It takes a village.
Yeah, absolutely.
It takes a village too.
Also boils down to the great work of the TCI Sports Commission.
Definitely. It's done a phenomenal job today, I must say, throughout the entire championships thus far.
They've been doing phenomenal work before.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's just to execute now, and they've been doing that tremendously. also must make mention of the TCI regiment here protecting all of those in attendance. And of course, the Royal TCI Police Force here as well. So all the law enforcement arms ensuring that this place is secured and all those in attendance feel at ease. Yeah. So they're under starters orders.
Another
sign lane. Not to mention that under starters orders. Girls 19 and under, Rubis 400-meter final. Off they go, first time of asking, and it's a good start by all four athletes. And it looks as if in lane number 5, Jayla Sean Wilson is taking early control of this race, already closing down the distance between her and Estrella Esfrani.
Well, she's out there.
She looks comfortable. Again, not built like the average athlete,
correct,
but so powerful that there is no demise to her physicality. So strong, especially the upper body.
Yes.
Her legs driving. She's leading the pack ahead of her teammate, Daisy Lacoste. They're coming into the straightaway now,
picking up more
and
speed.
It's all about Wilson. Wilson, whoa, picking up speed, looks to finish stronger.
What power!
The fastest schoolgirl in Turks and Caicos. Look at her face. Look at the determination. Look at the bumping. She fades away slightly, but what's not fading away is the gold around her neck.
I'm telling you, what a performance!
And she finishes ahead of her teammate
HJ.
Whoa! A bit of a tumble there for Lacoste. And I'm pretty sure that Lacoste is securing the silver ahead of Esfrani of HJ Robinson with that dive. And of course, finishing strongly is Benshanice Timony of Elite School. So well done to her. And yeah,
now assisting her.
Lacoste taking a tumble at the end there, and now the medics are out there trying to assist her, as well as Timony, who was on the floor. Well, look at that strong finish,
I'm telling you,
for Wilson.
I was expecting her to fade, but she just picked up more speed.
Yeah, she did.
On that last 100 meters.
A lot more of effort in that final 100. So good race.
Very good race. And you talk about laying it all on the line. Look at that dive from a teammate at the end of it, man.
Yeah, she was trying to resist that surge from Esfrani in the end, and then she had a bit of a tumble. And yeah, pretty much secured that silver medal in unfortunate circumstances. But she's okay. She's up and walking around. Yes. And we have the benefit of seeing the first aid team, the medical team, work on recovering these athletes. So this is pretty good here. So the girls, 19 and under, 400-meter dash, done and dusted. Time now for the boys. The boys, 400-meter for 19 and under. In this race, Xavier Joseph should be.
Xavier's in this race?
He is.
Oh,
stepping up.
I'm telling you.
Of course, there was no prelim for the girls event that we just saw, the 19 and under. That's because there were just 4 competitors and they decided to go to a straight final. And yeah, that's because I guess the number of athletes in that division are a little bit limited, as was for the girls 100 meters final last night, and what is the same for the 200 meter a little bit, well, tomorrow. And yeah, not much to miss though, because you're going to see them, as you just did, in action. And the boys though, coming up now, going to be very close.
This is going to be a fast race.
Xavier Joseph is this one. No time coming into this one, recorded. No seeded time, that is. But the times in this one, the fastest coming in, 52.30. Malik Evans, Clement Howell, and he's going to be in lane number 3.
So we're going to have another Clement Howell.
Who knows?
Let's see. And people might be wondering why we're not seeing A. Louise. It's because there's a grade cutoff for A. Louise, so you wouldn't see them more in the upper class. Yeah,
right. In the seniors.
In the senior classes, yes.
Okay, understood. And even despite that, they're dominating so much and collecting those gold medals that they can still win.
But there's an opportunity for HJ now to capitalize on this. Let's see if they do.
Well, we did see it last night. That's when they crept closer.
Yes.
When the senior divisions were more competition late on Thursday night. So maybe we can see a repeat of that, because they were just 5 medals apart when we started this morning.
Yes.
And they were, I think it was about 3 goals apart.
Yeah.
So yeah, they had 4 when they started. And I'm sure that they will not want to rack up a lot more when the evening goes on into Saturday. We still have the relays later on this evening.
One of my favorites.
Of course, everybody's favorite.
Yes. Relays are really exciting.
Yeah, we'll start with the mixed 4x4. I think it's going to be a little bit interesting though, because we still have the prelims for a couple of the 4x4s. So I'm not sure entirely
how the order is going to go for that.
That will be interesting to see.
Because they have changed up a lot of things throughout the day as well.
Yes,
so
yes,
if persons are looking at the schedules that were posted to social media,
yes,
it's worth noting that there are changes being made regularly, and we will keep you updated as we get those changes as well.
Absolutely. And we were scheduled to see the mixed relays go before the 400s. However, that slight change, seeing the 400s go forward. We're trying to confirm though what our suspicions are, that the mixed relays are probably going to go to straight finals, so that's why they didn't have any heats.
Yes.
Based on the number of teams that are competing. We will try to confirm that for you.
Yes.
And as soon as we do, as Leo said, we will update you as quickly as possible. So I'm sure, Leo, that we'll probably see the 4x4s a little bit later, or the 4x1s, who knows. We will, of course, keep you updated as we are updated.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I want to encourage people to come out here. You know, it's a Friday evening. Your schools, you have 12 schools out here. Your old schools are out here. Your children, your cousins, come out here and support them. The stands right now are filling up a little bit. If you are looking for a place to be, my Gerard just had a snow cone. We have a lot of food options.
See it here.
We have a lot of food options outside. I can smell the fish aroma. So come out here and support your old school, and also these athletes are working extremely hard today out here.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're getting ready for our next event, of course, the boys 19 and under 400 meters. I haven't seen them out on the track as yet. We haven't seen them anywhere around vicinity, really. So we're trying to figure out what is going on here. And I did mention, of course, the regiment and the law enforcement, of course, who are here present at this event. They, of course, answer to the governor, who is the lady in charge of them, Delaney Daniel Selvaratnam. She's here, present, watching the young athletes honing their craft.
Yes, I also want to mention that the deputy governor is also here as well. There's Anya Williams, Excellency Anya Williams. Is also here.
Welcome to them. And they are not only here campaigning and mingling with the TCI residents and islanders, they are here to, of course, be a part and take in the events that are ongoing today. So we are, of course, trying to ensure that you are kept up to date with who is in attendance, and they took the opportunity to address the crowd. So let's take a quick commercial break, And yeah, come right back here with more for you.
It's not just about speed. It's not just about scores.
It's about
Crushing limits.
And when are we not on the podium? With one season, our legacy is on the line.
And for some, redemption.
This is more than just sports.
Yeah, so we're back here, of course, still awaiting the start of the boys 19 and under 400 meter final, brought to you by Rubis, sponsored by Rubis. And in the meantime, while we are, of course, at a school event, we are at a championship event, which is involved in sports, education and sports coming together, youth as well coming together, because these are junior athletes. What better person, of course, to, and not to mention culture, because culture is on display. We did see a bit of culture on display at the opening ceremony. And what better person to discuss all of the integration of all those portfolios coming together to make one holistic approach than Honorable Rachel Taylor, who is the Minister of all those portfolios, sports, education, youth, and culture. She was under library services as well, was under her auspices, but since then it has been her load has been lightened, and she can now put more emphasis on what we are coming here. So quickly, let's have a word with you, Honorable Taylor. Thank you so much for joining us. And how have you been liking the competition so far?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for being in the gem of the Caribbean, the Turks and Caicos Islands.
You know, that was Barbados' tagline for some years, Gem of the Caribbean. I see what you did there.
Yes, of course. I was here yesterday. I'm just arriving today because I was in North Caicos. But of course, it's a pleasure to be here to witness our athletes in action. And I'm quite excited to see the level of support that we have been getting from our parents, from our coaches, from the officials, and of course from our sponsors who made sure that this event came to fruition. I think partnership, collaboration is critical as we make an assertive effort to ensure that we harness the talent of our athletes. So today is exciting for us because as with in all the other Caribbean islands, this is an opportunity for us to choose from the best of the best.
Yes.
And of course for us to identify our students who will be participating in Carifta in Trinidad. So we're excited about that. So I'm quite sure I'm as excited as the parents are as well, especially the coaches, as we take the best to Carifta, hoping for the best.
Yeah, I also want to ask you, because I always see sport as a driver of other economies, tourism especially. So how are you hoping that sports under your portfolio, under your guidance, can be taken more seriously in the upper sectors, I guess, because tourism is very much a big thing here. But how do you think, or how are you hoping that sport can be a contributing factor to that?
Of course, I think you said it quite well. And you know, as tourism is our #1 industry, how better way for us to harness and provide the opportunity for collaboration between the tourism sector and of course sports. But I'm so excited to say that we actually had a presentation at Cabinet yesterday. I don't want to say much about it,
Yes.
but we are seeing great opportunities for us to develop our grassroots athletes. I think if we build out our programs more effectively, if we build out our infrastructure within their various islands, I think that will provide an opportunity for us to ensure that our athletes are provided with the best opportunities. But here in the Turks and Caicos Islands, we are a bit unique. Unique in the sense that we are separated by water, so our resources have to stretch far and wide.
Yes.
But I think that with the support from the tourism sector in an effort for us to bring talent into our country, for us to provide opportunities for the various sporting entities to come and train our athletes through different summer camps. I think camps will be the way to ensure that our students see that live in action. And you know what? You know, I'm a minister who loves funds. I love money. So we have recently, about 2 years ago, introduced our Athlete Development Fund.
Yes.
So I see where the money can be tapped directly into that fund so that we can build out our sporting facilities around the Turks and Caicos Islands. I think if we provide that environment for our athletes, I believe that they will thrive.
Madam Minister, I know you are a very busy person, but I just want to keep you just here for a little bit longer as we get through this, boys. And 19 and under 400-meter dash. And let's go through the starting lineup the start list once again. Quickly, this is Woodley, petite arm of Elena J. Robinson. Xavier Joseph, you want to watch him as well. He's in lane number 2 of H.J. Robinson. Malik Evans, Clement Howell High. Ismail Rosier of Wesley Methodist. And Berlin Benjamin, Clement Howell High School. He's in lane number 5. Stevenson Harris, lane number 6 of Wesley Methodist. And rounding out the field, lane 7, Samson Mesador of Marantha Academy. Malik Evans participated in Carifta last year for Turks and Caicos Islands, and he was in the octathlon for boys.
Watch out for Xavier Joseph.
He's in lane number 2.
Watch out for the ending speed, that last 100 meters.
So it seems as if there is a little bit of communication. So as you notice that a couple of the athletes who are still in the mark position as the starter asks them to go to set, which possibly happens if they can't hear in the blocks. So that's why they were asked to stand. So they probably won't hear Xavier Joseph, one of those athletes there in lane number 2.
Stay down.
Yeah. So they're probably trying to fix that communication problem. Good on the starter to notice that.
All right, so they're getting back down.
And then we ask to stand again.
And again.
Yeah, so it seems like we're still having some issues with the technology. You know how these things go. It is man-made after all.
Right.
So these things can happen. It seems to be a bit clearer now. They're back on the starters' orders. The boys, 19 and under, Rubis, 400-meter final. Who will be the fastest quarter miler? Off they go, Petite Homme, Joseph, Evans, Rosier, Benjamin Harris, and Mesador. And it's a good start by all of them. And early out, running out of lane number 5, Benjamin of Clement Howell trying to gain ground, but Harris from Wesley Methodist is as well out there without fear. Lane number 3 though, Malik Evans of Clement Howard gaining some ground, and he's trying to push ahead.
Going.
He's moving forward now is Malik Evans. He does have experience at this event, you know, and he looks very comfortable in lane number 3 as they approach the top of the straightaway.
He's coming.
Joseph is trying to gain some ground, but there's no catching Malik Evans.
He's going with
Malik Evans, he now have to maintain the speed, but oh my, he is comfortable. Late surge from Joseph behind him, but is no stopping. There is no stopping.
Race.
Malik Evans.
A race.
Behind him, Xavier Joseph
in second.
Getting third, looks like, of Clement Hall, Berlin Benjamin out of lane number 5. So Malik Evans getting another gold medal in this event for Clement Howell High, and they've swept the senior division. Let's look at it again.
One more time.
From the start to the finish, he was large and in charge, Malik Evans. And the Eagles will be very happy that he's soaring with them now after switching schools. And that was a while now, but still asserting his dominance. And my goodness, a good run for Malik Evans ahead of Xavier Joseph, who tried again. He will be walking away with another silver medal.
Yes.
And that's good. Here's a final look at it. And yeah, no doubt who the winner is. He's happy. So, Madam Minister, thank you for staying with us. And I just want to pick up from where you left off, the funding to especially the TCI Sports Commission, who work very closely with the Ministry of Sports. Just how important is it to you to see that money being used for good and developing not only your junior athletes but your overall program here in Turks and Caicos Islands?
Yes, it's quite critical, but our focus is to ensure that even at a very young age, and I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to sometimes sit in the various workshops so that I myself as a minister have a greater understanding as what is required of us as ministers to help in building out our programs. We want to see our athletes as podium athletes, but it's going to be important for us to ensure that from the grassroots level that the students have the opportunity to explore the various sporting disciplines. And then at that stage of adolescence where they have the opportunity to actually choose which of the sports that they will actually want to get involved in, instead of having them even as early as, say, 4 or 5 into just track and field. Maybe that may not be what they want. So I think a greater understanding of what it entails. And what we have been able to do, we had a 3-pronged approach to this. So 2 years ago, we had a symposium for our coaches and all those persons within the various federations. And then we looked at the athlete long-term framework. And then this year, we looked at the implementation of it. So each of the federations were presented with their long-term framework. So we are working very closely with the federations now to help them build out their programs so it can be a more sustainable program within the Turks and Caicos Islands. And as we continue to build that out, then we will continue to build on the Athlete Development Fund so that our monies will be injected into the right areas, leaning on the experts to assist us. But I also believe that, because when I travel around to the Caribbean for Caribbean, I get jealous. I'm a jealous minister.
Well, I know that you're trying to host in 2027.
Now, who are you? Break the secret.
I'm sorry.
We're trying. We're going to work on that because when we talk about sports tourism, I think that's the way to go. But it's going to be important for us as a country now to make sure we take sports seriously, because a lot of times it's just a lot of mouth. So we need to put our action where our mouths are, and the actions will include the funding. So we want to ensure that we have our 50-meter pool. Now, actually, we secured the property for that about 3 years ago.
Amazing.
So now, within this 4-5-year term, we want to be able to complete that. We want to also complete the mini track on this field. And we want to improve on our bleachers here as well, as we prepare for whenever Carifta comes. Yes. Now, I want to say something, though. I think it's a mindset of the children at times, because a lot of our students who are performing here today do not have this type of facility on the other islands.
Yes.
And you would see where H.J. Robinson from Grand Turk, they're doing quite well.
Yeah, they're doing very well. Yeah.
So I think it's just about the mindset and the discipline, the dedication of the PE teachers, their coaches. And then this is what I wanted to mention. I believe that we need to have national coaches in all the various disciplines. And I think that will help us to really put standards in place in relation to how we deal with our athletes. So I think that is a bit what's lacking, but I want to take this opportunity to say a special thank you to our coaches who are doing quite a great job with what we have. I think they're doing a good job, but I think it's just more that we can do. So our aim is to just sit around the table and to work on exactly where do we go within, a long-term plan as well as a short-term plan to take us where we want to go. So that, we can be the envy of even Jamaica.
Honorable, we had Angelo, one of the coaches on earlier, and he was talking about the programs that they've extended to all schools, and we've seen A. Louise Garland take full advantage of the program. What is your plan to ensure that all these schools throughout the islands have this opportunity that's been offered here on Provo?
I am so glad you asked that question, because we had a psychology camp focusing on the mental well-being of our athletes as well as our coaches. And sometimes you see that the coaches sometimes focus on just the children preparing on the track, not necessarily taking a holistic approach to their well-being. So I think it's important for us to sit down with our coaches for them to understand how it is important for them to utilize what we have. And I also want to make mention of our performance center that we had built out about 2 years ago. And our challenge was that not all coaches were really utilizing it. Now, I remember Love Joseph when we were in, was it the Bahamas? When we were in the where was Corfta last year?
Last year was in Grenada.
Oh, Grenada.
Yeah, Grenada.
Okay, last year Grenada. He didn't do so well.
Yeah.
And then when I look at the physique of the other athletes, I was like, you know what? We knew where our gaps lie. Not that we didn't have the facility. The question was, were we utilizing it, making sure that our students take advantage of what is available? So I think that's we have to put some standards in place, and and they have to adhere to them. So I think those are some things that we have to do to make sure that even the little that we have, it is being utilized.
Madam Minister, thank you so much. You did share a lot of information. We did get a lot out of you, and no secrets, no holds barred, so I appreciate that very, very much. You were very much straightforward.
And thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for having me. As the Minister of Sports, Youth, Culture and Education, Minister Honorable Rachel Taylor. And we head over now to the medals, the presentation area, where we'll have the medal ceremony, and we will take you through the events of those medals.
Athletes, the football athletes today.
Can you tell me what house you was in, Sonia?
Administrator. Don't worry, I was a champion girl almost every year. Yes, administrator in the house.
I thought she was Woods, but here I go again. Yes, I tell you, do the medal presentation, and I'll come right back to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome again to another medal presentation. And to present these medals, we welcome Mr. Miles Hanschel, the Assistant Manager for AL Services Limited. The sponsor of the event. To start off this medal ceremony, girls 15 and under 1500 meters, junior, third place goes to Irenica Molina from the Marjorie Baysden High. She receives the bronze medal. Receiving the silver medal is Asia Williams from the H.J. Robinson High. Cheer them on, they have worked hard. And receiving the gold medal is Tanir Gardner from the A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. And that's the 15 and under girls of 1500 meters junior. Okay, moving on to the 15 and under boys, 1500 meters junior. Receiving the bronze medal is Schneider Registry for the H.J. Robinson High School. This gentleman will collect on behalf of Schneider because he's absent. Receiving the silver medal is Kyron Thomas from the A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. And receiving the gold medal is Herwins Guerra from the A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. Ladies and gentlemen, the 15 and under boys of 1500 meters junior, courtesy of All Services Limited. And moving on to the senior girls, 19 and under, 1500 meters. In a third place, receiving the bronze medal is Yuliandri Duran from the Clement Howell High School. Cheer her on, cheer her on. And receiving the silver medal is Adriana Hudson from the Clement Howell High School. And now, receiving the gold medal is Esfrani Estrella from the H.J. Robinson High School. Girls 19 and under 1500 meters, seniors, courtesy, of course, of All Services Limited. And now we move on to the medal presentations for the 19 and under boys, 1500 meters, seniors. Receiving the bronze medal is Erwin's St. Fleur from the Clement Howell High School. Come on, I'm sure you can do much better than that in the stands. Come on, let us cheer them on. Let us cheer them on. They have worked assiduously to get where they are to this podium, all right? Now we have in second place, receiving the silver medal, is Wooderly Petum from the H.J. Robinson High School. I'm not hearing the cheers, guys. Come on, cheer them on. And of course, receiving the gold medal is Love Joseph from the Clement Howell High School. Thanks to All Services Limited for sponsoring these events. And that's it. Thank you so very much, Mr. Miles Hanschel, the Assistant Manager for All Services Limited, the sponsors for these medals. Thank you so much. Have yourselves continue to enjoy this afternoon, okay?
Okay, thank you very much for the medal presentation. The athletes deserve their medals before they leave here, and you know, we make sure and that each and every athlete who won a race, whether it be first, second, third, they get a medal. We're just going to ask Honorable Kai Knowles to say a few words to the athletes, because he was once a part of the Sports Commission. He worked tirelessly at the same meet while he was here. So Honorable Kai Knowles, now you are Minister of Health, and so this is a part of what you do, take care of our athletes. So say a few words to our athletes, sir.
Good afternoon, athletes. Just wanted to encourage you to keep on striving and pushing. This is definitely an opportunity to put your talent on display, just not here in the Turks and Caicos, but you're being viewed across the world. And it's important that we showcase the level of talent that we have in our country, and eventually some of you will be able to progress to Carifta shortly. So it's just an opportunity to show how vast the landscape is, how versatile we are with the level of talent we have in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and never stop pushing, never stop striving. Listen, take advice, and you never know where you'll end up. You might end up on the Olympic stage, right, Mr. Bean?
Yes, correct. Thank you very much, sir. As always, a pleasure to have you here. Good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I posed a question earlier, and I'm going to see if anyone have the answers. Anyone have the answers? You had a while to think about it, and you did think about it, right? Nope. Nobody face look kind of a long.
Yeah, so just to let our viewers know that the ongoing event, the javelin throw, two few events, javelin throw and the high jump, are ongoing in the field. We are awaiting the next track event. The long jump as well going on. It looks like it's for the senior boys, the long jump. Some of the athletes there just trying to rest and recuperate. Those are the boys in the long jump area, senior long jump. And the senior males also competing in the javelin throw, as well as the high jump area. There is some activity going on around there. So the field events all busy. Let's see this attempt. Good jump there. So that one should be just over 5 meters, close to 6. And just to remind the viewers that for the long jump, the area closest to the marking, let's not say the area, the marking closest to the board is what is measured. So if you jump 6 and you get up using your hand and you place your hand behind you, that fingertip closest to the board is what's going to be measured. So what could easily be 6 or 7 will turn into 5 or 4.
Yeah, you can lose. You can lose a lot just by, as he mentioned, the placement of your hand.
Yeah.
So you have to be strategic of how you exit that pit.
Exactly. Which is why you see most athletes roll in a pit.
Yes.
To get out, so that they can then use their hands.
Yes.
And it wouldn't affect the markings too much. Let's take a look at this attempt. And see, there's an example of the hands being used. So that marking closest to the board will be used. I should be comfortably over 5 meters, but losing a bit.
With the placement of the hands.
Boys and girls, please come and sign up by the technical booth right at the finish line for the invitation of the 100 meters.
I do want to acknowledge the commemoration of World Down Syndrome Day, celebrating globally on this Friday the 21st. As I'm looking around and I see a lot of people rocking their socks.
Yes, those colorful socks. I saw the governor wearing her own.
Yes.
DG had her own on. Amazing.
So, I mean, even though we are covering a sports event, it is always good to mention the commemoration of these events. Earlier this month we did celebrate International Women's Day.
Yes.
So belated International Women's Day greeted to all of the ladies on the live, and our producer, of course.
Yes.
Who has been making this broadcast so much fun.
Shout out our producer.
And she ensured I got my snow cone, so thank you. Here's another attempt now in the boys senior open. That's a good leap there.
Good job.
Senior open males long jump. Yeah, that's a good leap there. I'm pretty sure that would put him in one of the medal positions.
not just about scores.
It's about
Pushing limits.
And when are we not on the podium? With one season, our legacy is on the line.
And for some, we dive ship.
This is more than just sport.
Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, a proud sponsor of Turks and Caicos Islands school sports.
We're back, baby. We're back.
Hi, I'm here to remind you that gambling is all about fun, but only when you're in control. Think of gambling like this deck of cards. Exciting, unpredictable, and full of possibilities. But just like in life, the key is knowing how to play smart. Set a budget before you play and make sure you stick to it. Never chase losses and know when to walk away. Gambling should be a game and not a gamble with your future.
At the Turks and Caicos Islands Gaming Commission, we're here to keep the game safe, fair, and fun. Play responsibly and protect what matters most. Play smart, play safe. Turks and Caicos Islands Gaming Control Commission, proud sponsor of the Turks and Caicos Islands school sports.
We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport. We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport. We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport. We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport. We are ready. Are you? This is more than just...
Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, a proud sponsor of Turks and Caicos Islands school sports.
Turks and Caicos, are you ready? The biggest showdown in school sports is here. The TCI School Sports Inter-Primary Track and Field Championships are happening April 2 to 4 at the National Stadium, Venetian Road, Providenciales. Witness the fastest, the strongest, the best young athletes in the country battle for glory. Sprinting, jumping, throwing, every second counts, and history will be made. Don't miss the action. Bring your friends, bring your energy, and let's cheer on your school and the future champions of TCI. And most importantly, bring the noise!
know the drill. Let's Move TCI is back.
Turks and Caicos Islands. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. This year, I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. God gave me strength to walk up a sweat. No matter how hard he walk, I come here to mash it up. I'm running around the track. Nobody can hold me back. Let's move. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. When you see we coming, we moving around the track. We moving non-stop. I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. Y'all ready for this?
Let's move. Hey. That's it there, right?
Let's move. Let's move.
the Bread and Basket Island, North Caicos. White flag is up, so we're ready. That was unfortunately a no jump. My heart hurts. And now we have the last jump for Alvardo from the H.J. Robinson High School. Let's see what he does. Whoa, I know. Let us see if that has beaten the 6.099. That was a donkey jump.
Wow.
Let us see.
That is my best friend, Asha Thomas. That is my best friend's son from Grand Turk. That is my best friend's son. Ayasha and I go way back. She just called me a while and said, Godfrey, look at my boy.
That was a 6.33 meters.
There you go. There you go.
Something to celebrate in advance. Come on, let us hear you. This is what we call the Sports Championship 2025. Yes.
Let's look at my son. That young man got a lot of life in him. A lot of jump in him.
And what better way to end this segment? The 17 and under boys. Long jump.
Yes.
Wow. With a 6.33 meters, Godfrey.
I could imagine.
You think you can do that?
Over there in Sorky, she's in Sorky. She's a district commissioner. She's probably hitting the ceiling. And living in that house, you know, this house in Sorky, the ceiling was not too high back in the day. She better watch out because you probably will have to bring you in Grand Turk. I tell you. Oh, look at my cousin. Only come down here. You only come down here. This young man was an athlete in his day. Not only an athlete, he used to also be one of the managers in sports throughout the Turks and Caicos Islands. When I go to Grand Turk, this is the man who helped me call softball games. He know the rules back and forth. Hardly say a few words to these folks.
I must tell you, I love sports, but I used to play cricket too. But my main sports was softball. I do everything for softball. I must tell you, not breaking, but I buy all the equipment, I buy all the balls, I buy all the mitts. I even had party to try and get them to come out and encourage them to play softball over and over. I did it. Yes, Godfrey can tell you.
Yes, and this is the man, I tell you. He did his part. He did his part for sports, especially softball, helping me out there in the island of Grand Turk. And I tell you, man, I'm so grateful. And he is from the island of Sorky as well. One of my brothers and cousins. You know, we grew up together. Tell your beautiful wife, I say, turn 70. Oh my Lord, 70 years old. Look up there, taking a video. Taking a video. Who the fella? Who the fella?
Oh, that is my son. Now, I'm Huntley the first, he's Huntley the second, and he have a son that's Huntley the third. So anytime you get anybody named children after you, you must be special.
Boy, I knew he could talk about this. Huntley, he can talk about this. He can't stop to anywhere he go now. My dad on the track and I give you something else to talk about, right? I tell you. I also want to recognize somebody. I want to recognize my good friend also from Fall Softball, Erica Carter. Erica, come and say hello to you, right? Now, you see, what you don't know about Erica, and Erica need to be a little bit recognized. What you don't know about her is that we went to Tampa, Florida, and the World Slow Pitch Championships.
World Slow Pitch Champions. All these big, strong people from across the world. Erica, come down here. All these big, strong people from across the world. A big woman from Ireland. I mean, she was big and, oh, I'm going to win this. Pitch. Erica went up against them. Very first ball thrown at Erica. Oh, Lord have Gumsy. That ball sailed across the field and outside the fence. And outside of the fence. That woman look at Erica and say, what they feed you in Turks and Caicos? That was the end of the World Slow Pitch Home Run Derby. Right there. Erica Carter put that ball over the fence. I ain't talking about a little distance. So she came from the island of Grand Turk over back. And she have a bet to prove it. They gave her a bet to prove it at the World Championships Slow Pitch over there in Tampa, Florida. I want to say a big thank you to Ms. Brooks, who always feed us. Oh my God, when we go to Tampa, Florida, the food can't stop coming. Ms. Brooks, I want to thank you very much, mother. She can't stop making sure that Turks and Caicos is fed well. So, can you say hello to the crowd for me?
Hello, everyone.
And where are you from?
Here.
Here in Providenciales. Can you tell them your name?
NC.
INC, welcome. What about you, my dear?
Thank you. Uncle Junior, you know me. You know me?
She is from the TC IFA Football Association. She is, tell them your position in there.
Okay, my name is Junelsi Rodriguez Baez. I'm from Cuban. Hello, everyone. And I'm director of Human Football in TCI Football Association. All girl, one play soccer. Come in for Football Association.
While I appreciate you saying that, you know, Donald Trump, you know, be careful now with that vaccine, you know, toxic can be on a list. I tell you, we got to be careful. We got somebody who now be telling me when I go to America, I got to go back home. I tell you. Anyway, we are waiting on the...
Yes, Godfrey, we're waiting on the 19 and under long jumpers. They are about to do their trials. And then we'll get right into the attempts.
Okay. I'm looking across to see if I see some high school champions that are from back in the day. I know they all probably all hiding because they don't want to come to the mic. Anybody? I see a lot of fans. You know, back in the day, one time ago, you know, and I don't know why you guys don't continue to practice this. We used to have a section in this stadium for the green machine. They used to be sitting down right up there where you are, all dressed down in green. Okay, for the long jump finals, we're looking for Mr. Lorenzo Henry from Raymond Gardner and also Jean Curvin from Elite High School. These are the two athletes we're looking for the long jump. Mr. Gardner, Lorenzo Gardner, and Mr. Jean Curvin. Can you please report to the long jump pit right away? Right away. Yes, as I was saying, all right, as I was saying, you had Miss Wonky, what Wonky name is? Iwan Thomas. Yeah, sorry, there's a skip. She used to sit right there every year. And you see, I gave that away, you know, that was one of my trivial questions. But I gave that one away right there. And she just sit there, and you cannot even take her seat. If you were sitting there, she'd tell you get up. That would be her seat. See, then you have another group from South Caicos, that's Margaret Basin. So nowadays, we sit all over the stadium. We don't sit in groups no more. That used to be the time of fun time, and you could not speak to the other fan because they are shouting for 4 by 1. We had a medley coming up. I can announce it in a minute. Okay, so
the jumpers, Godfrey has just done their trial jumps, and now they're going to do their attempts. And participating in this long jump 19 and under boys are Jamal Missick from the H.J. Robinson High, Lorenz Hanfield from Raymond Gardner High, Jamaria Robinson from the H.J. Robinson High, Moses Vargas from the British West Indies Collegiate. Also from the British West Indies Collegiate is George Parnell. From the Elite School is Curvins Jean. From Clement Howell is Peterson St. Florent. And finally, Clement Howell. From Clement Howell High School, we also have Malik Evans. These are the long jumpers for the 19 and under boys. And that's coming up right now, Godfrey. That was a no jump done by the stallion Jarmal Missick. That was his first attempt. Coming up next, we have Lawrence Hanfield from the So Elite School will do his trial jump. Okay, these are the lane assignments for the 800 meters sprint medley juniors for the 15 and under. And be reminded that this is a mixed race. In lane 1 is Elite School. In lane 2, we have the A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. In lane 3 is H.J. Robinson High. In lane 4 is Raymond Gardner High School. In lane 5 is a British West Indies Collegiate. In lane 6 is Marjorie Basin High School. And in lane 7 is International School. These are lane assignments for the 15 and under mixed sprint medley junior.
Okay, this is the mixed medley 400. As you see, we have girl, boy, or boy, girl. British West Indies Collegiate. We're looking for British West Indies Collegiate, and it's a 400 mixed medley. Okay, British not doing it, please. It's in the Caribbean Airways mixed medley. And you have boy, girl, or girl, boy. And it's in your lane all the way around the track. So this will be 100, 100, 200, and then a 400 mixed medley. So it can be 100, 100, 200, and 400.
That was a done.
Okay, we're going to do lane assignments again. Lane 1 is Elite High School.
Shark.
1 minute, please. Lane 1 is Elite High School. Lane 2 is A. Louise Garland Thomas. Lane 3 is H.J. Robinson High. Lane 4 is Raymond Gardner High School. Lane 5 is British Western.
Yeah, so thanks for staying with us here. I know that we have been a little bit out of the loop for some time, but that is because we were trying to rectify just what was going on the track. We did see some action from the senior boys long jump, which was ongoing. So too the senior boys, or the junior boys, javelin throw as well was ongoing, and the girls were over by the high jump area competing. So we saw the long jump, a meet record being broken. I think it was 6.18 meters in distance, and that athlete actually coming from Raymond Gardner. So, well, from H.J. Robinson, rather.
Look at these stallions.
Yeah, the stallions are creeping back to get their medals. That event is still ongoing. A couple more jumps to go. They are on their final attempt, but now the focus on the track is for the mixed medley relay. So you'll see 800 meters covered, 1, 1, 2, and then 4. So the first two legs are 100 meters. The second leg is, the first leg 100 meters, second leg 100 meters, third leg 200 meters, and then the final leg, the 400 meters. Now the teams get a chance to sort out how they want their runners to run. So of course 2 girls, 2 boys, but however they want them to run, they can put them together. So let's go through the start list for this, starting from the top of your screen. In lane 7, International School. Lane 6, Marjorie Baisden High School. British West East Collegiate will line up in lane number 5. Raymond Gardner High School in lane 4. H.J. Robinson in lane 3. Lane 2, A. Louise Garland Thomas. And Elite School rounding out the field in lane number 1. So, of course, sponsoring this event, our platinum sponsor, title sponsor as well, our travel partner, Inter-Caribbean Airways.
It'll be interesting to see the strategy they go with. You know, some people, what they do, they'll have the strongest runner go out first to build that lead, and then have the weakest runners finish, or you see a bit of a mix. So it'll be interesting to see the strategies from each one of these schools.
See, this event is very interesting though, because biology does have a lot to play in it. We have seen instances where the men would go out first, and then sometimes it backfires.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So we still have yellow flags on the field.
Yeah, so the exchange zones, they're still trying to rectify them. And yeah, I guess in the meantime we can look at the medal table and see how they are up until this point. And yeah, at the top there, large and in charge with 11 gold medals. Remember, of course, despite the accumulation of the medals in total, you can see it is all about the gold medals. And right now, large and in charge, A. Louise Garland Thomas High School with 11 gold medals there are flying high at the top. And they're flying high.
Definitely.
The Hawks. They're soaring, and H.J. Robinson right behind them, 5 gold medals, 18 in total. And the Clement Howell High School, they've really much gained the ground.
Yeah.
And now they have 13 medals in total. They have also 5 gold medals, which means the silver medal tally then will come into play between them and H.J. Robinson. H.J. Robinson have 6, and they have 4.
And I don't want you to think that this is a huge margin. By any means, this is still anybody's championships to be won.
Absolutely. Remember, these are up until 25 events, which would include the 400 meters that were recently concluded, which were swept. The lower division swept by A. Louise Garland, Thomas High School, and then the senior divisions, 17 and under, and in 19 and under, swept by Clement.
I am mostly impressed with H.J. Robinson. They don't have the resources of, the Clement Howell or the A. Louise, but they're right there.
And they were, of course, singled out by Minister Taylor when she joined us.
Like as Angelo mentioned, it's the heart.
Absolutely.
They have a lot of fight.
Yeah, and that's what matters, of course, in these sports, as they are getting ready, of course, on the track on the starters' orders. This is the Inter-Caribbean Airways Mixed Medley Relay. Out they go, 1, 2, and 4. The first leg, 100 meter, and out like a bullet is Marjorie Baisden High School. The girls are on this leg for them, and she has run past the international school, and she's about to make the first exchange now. That one is completely shy, and that one now, the lead is taken over by A. Louise Garland Thomas High School, and they are going to continue. This is a 200 meter leg, a good exchange for them, and they are going to be out like a light. It looks like Thomas. Yeah, he's out and starting. Coming up now into the straightaway as he looks to hand over to his teammate for the final leg. Remember, this is a 200 meter mark now, so the final leg of 400 meter. This is an open race for the juniors. The final exchange now, A. Louise Garland followed by H.J. Robinson. He has some work to do.
Yeah, H.J. got a lot of work to do.
In lane number 1 of the inside, that's Elite School. They have some catching up to do as well. But right now on the backstretch, it is all about A. Louise Garland Thomas High School. They have control of this race. They are larger in charge. All he has to do now is make up the stagger. He's not bothering to go into the inside lane. He's comfortable where he is. About 200 meters to go. A. Louise followed by H.J. Robinson.
Yes.
Elite School right there behind him. Marjorie Baisden trying to make a comeback for that for that bronze medal. But there's no doubt it's who's going to win this one. A. Louise Garland Thomas High School getting the win in this race.
Amazing performance. Watch Marjorie Baisden for that Browns.
H.J. Robinson
pushing,
completing,
but I don't think they'll catch Elite.
And Elite coming through there for third. So that's how it would end. So it was a good start for Marjorie Baisden.
But that exchange.
Yeah, that exchange. The first exchange was so poor and allowed the remaining schools to catch up. Actually, it was a really good start for Marjorie Baisden.
Very good start.
And she was early and out of the international school. An international school who are trying to finish the race shortly. There she is, finishing for her school, running against the boys, so she did well.
And that's one of the strategies we talked about earlier, sending maybe your strongest runners out first. But sometimes, as we can see, it backfires. It backfires.
And she finishes now, so well done to her. I want to look back at that exchange the first one for Marjorie Bays. Then this is how they started. This is the end of the race, so the 400-meter leg, final leg that is, and a comfortable win for A. Louis Garland Thomas High School, as usual, as we've become accustomed to seeing them doing in the junior division, and this one, of course, a junior division as well that they've won.
And I must say, I was excited a little bit. I mean, I'm here for all the schools, obviously, but when I saw Margie Basin in front of it, I was like, yeah, you're letting the battle exchange. I'm like,
We have a saying in Barbados, home drums beat first. So that's obviously, despite your neutrality, you're still going to be rooting for where you come from.
Of course, man, of course.
Yeah, so it really was a good race, and of course, as I mentioned, we will go through that race a little bit, but it seems as if a straight final, because we don't see any other athletes coming out for that event. We were supposed to have 2 seniors and juniors, however, they just went with an open event, and that one coming out based on the number of entrants. A. Louis Garland Thomas High School. Here's that battle exchange that we mentioned in the first then. Just after a brilliant start, not able to get that exchange good, and then making ground, or providing the opportunity for A. Louis Garland Thomas to just move ahead. And there is no doubt that should they have gotten that exchange correct, Marjorie Bays, then they probably would have gotten in there for at least a silver medal or a bronze medal. But A. Louis Garland Thomas, the pressure was completely lifted off them when this happened, and pretty much a great start from that young lady there.
She was out,
and she immediately took control. Well, look at it. By the time she got there, was looking to move on. A. Louis Garland Thomas, they're gone. And she was, very much disdained at what happened. And she was upset about that exchange. Here's her reaction again. Let's look at her. She was reaching that. She's gone way too early, her teammate, and look at how she reacts. She was upset. She was like, hey, stop.
She was like, slow down, like.
Yeah.
And this is common in relays. We've seen drop battens. We've seen going out too fast.
Yes.
This is a common theme when it comes to relays.
I think that we need to understand that the relays is an event that you need to have chemistry.
Yes.
If there's something that is more, there's nothing more scientific in terms of needing chemistry than a relay event, and you have to put people together, not just because they're the 4 fastest, but they have great coordination with each other. They can work well together, and they understand each other and their strengths and weaknesses.
I watched the Paris Olympics, and one of the critiques of the American relay teams is that lack of practice time that they get with each other compared to other countries.
Yeah.
So just riding on the back of what you said in regards to chemistry, spending that time doing those exchanges. I mean, it might seem like a small thing, but it's a big thing when you hit the world stage, and that pressure is on you to perform.
And Leo, that some would say, despite that critique coming from within their own shores, might I add, the USA, they have one of the best teams, especially in the 4x1, where their exchanges are extremely good, because despite popular belief, they do run together. Just not for a long time.
Exactly. I think what helps them too is the collegiate levels, where they are doing frequent meets. But then again, the chemistry component of it as well.
Yes, which is very important. But none come closer, of course, than the US and Jamaica. There is a lot of talk about needing to have a relay camp, a relay program where you just get some of the best athletes who may not be able to run and medal individually, but they are fast enough to land you medals, or at least get you to a final. That's
right. That was a struggle for Jamaica athletics, the relays. I didn't see it as a weak point.
Well, I wouldn't say weak. What I would say is
fine-tuning.
Yeah, they need some fine-tuning.
Okay.
No doubt they have 4 fast athletes to compete in every final, and but have we seen what we've seen from previous years? I mean, in 2008 they dropped the baton; they were not able to get it around. 2012 they had to. Well, they won Rio had to settle for silver again. Paris, silver. They haven't been able to capitalize in recent years yet. As smooth as that one was, as we saw, that was a really smooth balance exchange. This was the final, the 200 to the 400. Look at this exchange here. This was the final handoff. That one was the smoothest of what we saw, but there's still lots of work.
A lot of work
for that one, yeah. But interestingly enough, the first day when we landed in Carifta, where the teams were had arrived and were settled and they were up to practice, that was what we saw majority of the teams working on, the relays.
The relays, the exchange.
Yeah, so the first day of training, we saw teams at the line trying to fix their exchanges before they even contested their individual events, because the coaches understand how important it is to have that synergy going into a relay event.
And these would be teams who haven't had a lot of time together, so it's not surprising that, you know, on the first day, this is the thing that you're working on immediately as soon as you touch base in the camp.
And I found that it was majority of the countries that had small contingents who would obviously I don't want to take it the wrong way, viewers, but who would not expect that their athletes will go that far in their individual competition. So they center the attention on the group teams events that they can possibly be able to manipulate with a good performance, because no matter how bad a team or how slow a team is, as long as you can get the baton around the track safely, you have a chance.
Yes.
You have a chance. The four fastest the four fastest individuals in one team can be on the track, but they don't get their baton around.
Exactly.
And then that opens an opportunity for you to medal.
And we just mentioned the whole heap of things that can potentially go wrong.
There you go. So that's what they focus on. And again, comes back to my point on focusing on your niche. When you have something that you can find as a potential strength, you just milk it, you use it.
Of course.
You use it.
And I think you're alluding to us in the Turks and Caicos.
Absolutely,
you know?
Absolutely. And the senior boys event going on for the long jump, and
we had a record.
Yeah, that was where we had the 6.18 jump.
Amy asks Gerard, let me ask you.
Malik Evans from the Clement Howell High School, the Eagles. And let us see if he will beat a 6.62. Let us see, do you think he has beaten it? And that was a 6.46 jump done by Malik. That was a great jump. And coming up next, we have Lorenzo Hanfield from the Raymond Gardner High School.
Okay, 1 minute, please, as we want to do this 100-meter invitational. Mr. Jermaine Fulford, the start is down there. And you have Mr. Magoo and Alex is on track at the starting blocks. Jermaine, you can just raise your hand when you're ready. That's the 100 meters invitational. And they're down on the track.
That was a no jump
Woman
done by
quiet,
the
please.
Raven Gardner High School jumper.
As you see them coming down, and on, there's Mr. Magoo and Alex. As you see them coming in, and Magoo and Alex is in for this race. 100 meters invitational. You had Blaine clocked.
Dixie!
And of course, we have just finished the 19 and under boys long jump finals.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have just have some field events going on. All the other races are going to a straight final, so we'll be here back again tomorrow for the start of the track and field at 10 a.m. We will start that with the NW Hamilton 200 meters, and that's for a final for the under 13 boys, under 15 boys, under 17 boys, and under 19 boys. Start at 10:20 a.m. tomorrow, and follow that will be the 800 meters, and that'll be the Olympic DMC 800 meters junior females time finals, and that'll be also that's for the junior females, and also they'll be for the junior males. The Olympic DMC 800 meters for the 17 and under males time finals, and also for the males, and also for the Olympic DMC 800 meters 19 and under females and males time final. We will have some award presentations. We will take a break from 12:45 to 1:45, and we'll get right back at 1:50 with a 4x1 finals for that's be the Grace Bay Resort Foundation 100 meters foundations racing 100 meter finals at 1:50 for the both for all categories, 15 and under, 13 and under, 15 and under, 17 and under, 19 and under boys and girls. And we will round this off with also with 250 with the Grace Bay Resort Foundation 4x4.
Okay,
So we want to say a good afternoon to you as soon as we finish these field events.
For the 19 and under boys long jump, in a third place we have the British West Indies Collegiate, and in second and first places we have the Clement Howell High School.
We are ready. Are you? This is more than just sport. We are ready. Are you?
Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, a proud sponsor of Turks and Caicos Islands school sports.
So there is the current medal standings. There are the current medal standings after 25 events. And Eloise Garland Thomas High School, large and in charge. 11 gold medals, 9 silver, 3 bronze to have 23 in total. And right behind them, H.J. Robinson with 5 gold, 6 silver, 7 bronze, 18 in total. And rounding up the top 3, of course, you see CAHHS. Which school is that?
The fourth one?
Yeah, Clement Howard High School.
Yeah,
very close. Yeah, and
Yes.
Clement Howard High School, they are the same amount of gold medals. 5. They have 4 silver, which means that they fall below H.J. Robinson by default, even if they had more bronze medals than them. So they have 13 to round up the top 3. And the top 4, your school, Marjorie
Of
Davidson,
course.
is right there.
Don't watch it. We still in the hunt. I know it seems impossible, but I'm still hopeful.
Yeah, so 9 schools having medals. They're elite international, not getting any medals, and neither Provo middle school. So those 3 schools yet to get a medal. The others, though, on the board, even if they don't have gold. 7 of the 9 of the schools that are on this table, they have gold medals. The only 2 without gold medals, of course, Wesley Methodist and PTIS without the golds. But nonetheless, they all have medals.
Precious treasures.
And British West Indies' only medal, a gold medal.
Look at that.
Yeah. So that's good. So these are the standings after 25 events. Of course, these are up to the 400 meter finals that we saw earlier this afternoon, which really brought to an end the day's proceedings. The finals for today. We did have the mixed relays, but those are still being tabulated. Those results are still being tabulated and added and confirmed. So that's it for the track events for today. Day 2 has come to an early close.
It's been a phenomenal day. We've seen Meat Racket. We've seen Xavier reclaim a crown, his 200 meter crown.
Yeah.
Phenomenal performance. I must give credit to HJ. You know, I've been really impressed with their performance throughout this meet. Given, again, they don't have to seem level of support in the track. But here they are, and that means that really and truly no school has an excuse. In my view, if HJ can do it, so can you.
Well,
that argument could be made.
It can be, and they've been doing a phenomenal job, especially in the senior divisions.
Yes.
So we'll see just how they shape up, because they do have one more day of competition to go. There is one more day of competition. Saturday we'll be right back here. You can look forward to seeing the 200 meters finals. Those will be the first event on the track. Then you'll see the 800 meters timed finals. So they'll be running sections, and then the winners will be determined by the times of those events. And then we'll have the 4x1s. Those relays will take center stage. Your favorite event, Leo. We were scheduled to see the 4x4 100-meter relays this afternoon. That has not been on the schedule. That has been shifted to Saturday, so we are not sure, which, as I suspected, having the 400-meter finals and then having them to come back to run that relay was going to be pretty hard in that time space. So as I suspected, they have shifted the 4x4s. I'm not sure, we are not sure just exactly when those 4x4s will be run, probably going to straight finals, but we'll see them later on Saturday.
And I want to mention too, because a lot of people might have seen the schedule on social media and they're like, why didn't we see the relays run? And I want to say it's simply because we do have 12 schools. However, not all 12 schools have relay teams, which means that it will automatically go to a finals if it's just less than about 8 or less
Excellent
teams.
point. Excellent point. So just so the viewers, because I do like to, of course, allow them to leave with something when they watch us, and so they will know. I hope that puts things into perspective. So there is going to be an updated medal count on Saturday. We will let you know these. Remember, this count was up until 25 events, including the 400 meters that were just run. We are going to add, of course, when those things are tabulated and confirm those results for the mixed relays. And all we do now have are the unofficial results, which we can go by, and if there are any changes, of course, we update you. But for now, here is the so here is that updated list for you. And so what doesn't change in this list is that the top 3 remain the same. A. Louis Garland Thomas High School, they are top. H.J. Robinson with 18 medals in totality. And of course, Clement Howell High, 3rd. That's the top 3. And Miranda Academy, they have 1 gold medal. That puts them in 6th position. 5 medals for British West Indies Collegiate, and not the 1 that we thought. So they have 3 silvers, 2 bronze, and 3 schools out of the 9 on the table do not have a gold medal. However, they have medals that they can enjoy.
Gerard, I think it's important that you explain to our listeners, why does Maranatha sit above British West Indies, given that Maranatha only has 1 gold medal and British West Indies has about 5 medals, 3 silvers, 2 browns?
Right. So, like we were mentioning at the start of our broadcast earlier today, when we first mentioned the table coming into today, the tabulation is about not the total medals, but the total gold medals is where you get your positioning. So if a school has 20 medals, for example, and another one has 25, but the school that has 20 medals have 10 golds, while the other school has 25 medals have 5 medals, and they would sit second, the school with 25 medals, even though they have more. That's because the gold medals are worth more, really, than the totality of the medals that you have accumulatively. So that's why you will see MA in 6th position with that 1 lone gold medal. If they had a silver, then they would have gone above into 5th position to get to hold out, even though they will have 2 and the West League would have 3.
So Margie Basin has 2.
Yes.
And we have Eloise with 11. If Margie Basin miraculously wins 10 gold medals, we could be the top school, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All things are possible.
Okay. Based on just the goal carry more weight.
There you go.
All right.
So it is world standard. It doesn't only just happen here. It is the world athletic standard. And I must applaud this event for going with that standard, because points are usually used at the school system, but to actually accumulate the medals, because not every school that get the most points get the most medals or the most gold medals. So to have a true reflection of just how the athletes were doing, how the schools were doing, to go with the gold medal tally, I think is really good, and pretty much kind of covers how things are done and how they look accurately based on the performances, and not just having someone thrown into the equation so you can get a point and stay at the top.
And it shows the evolution of the sport.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
I mean, in this country, you know, and we're growing. The numbers are getting better. We're getting more athletes into Jamaica, into the U.S. The future of track and field in this country is very, very bright.
Yeah, and from the opening day, we did mention that this is all about athlete development. Today we've spoken heavily to the players and performers in ensuring that development continues and progresses. And we've heard from the likes of Angela Garland, who is pretty much the head of performance development at TCI Sports Commission, and we've heard from the Minister of Sports herself.
And she said clearly, I'm strictly about the money and whatever it takes.
She's about securing the funding.
Yes, and I love that about her. The fact that she's talking the talk.
Absolutely,
you know,
absolutely, and not only talking the talk, but walking the walk.
There we go. I was waiting for you to
ensure, because she has, of course,
delivered
given a bigger budget to the Sports Commission, and they are putting it to wise use. All right, so that's it from us here, day 2, and we'll be back on Saturday, day 3, the final day of competition, the inter-high school championships. Thank you so much for joining us for day 2. We'll see you again, Gerard, myself, and
Leo Lightburn.
He's right next to me, and he's doing an excellent job. We promise to deliver the same caliber and even a better standard on day 3 as we look to close with excitement. Don't go anywhere. Of course, tune in again on Saturday, and at 10 a.m. we will have the first event for you, and you will obviously be chilled by the results and the progression and the development.
Yes,
we bring all the action forward. Bye-bye for now.
Turks and Caicos, are you ready? The biggest showdown in school sports is here. The TCI School Sports Inter-Primary Track and Field Championships are happening April 2 to 4 at the National Stadium, Venetian Road, Providenciales. Witness the fastest, the strongest, the best young athletes in the country battle for glory. Sprinting, jumping, throwing, every second counts, and history will be made. Don't miss the action. Bring your friends, bring your energy, and let's cheer on your school and the future champions of TCI. And most importantly, bring the noise!